restarting. I started a world the other day, I think it was yesterday. The problem is, the world I started had... Sure, let's go there. The world I started has, I don't know why, it just crashes every time it loads. I'm guessing this is a mine colonies thing right here. My headphones actually on? Yep. There might be something down here. This is something. This looks like it's probably a mine colonies thing. It feels like it's a big sale for it. It's a pirate spawner. Sure. Anything? Is there anything else here? Well, there's pirates now, it seems. Uh-oh. So do they shoot? It sounds like they shoot. Alright, so we go and find a real tree now. That didn't work. I usually like my grass to wrap around the edges. I got the swamp over there. That's nice. This is new. For me. I was kind of hoping there'd be iron up there. I mean, this is some nice world generation, but I don't know that I will be... If I build in this area, I might keep this. Who knows? I don't. I certainly haven't planned that far ahead yet. Don't know why I checked there. What are you doing? I'm trying to figure out what my cat's doing, but... do not see him anywhere. How weird. Oh, hello. Did I go in here yet? I did. Haha, no. Aw, man. First death on the board. Couldn't even make it a full 20 minutes. Maybe I'll live here for a little while. I will need... I really only need one furnace, but I'll do two. Oh, they can just go in there. What are you doing? He is losing his mind, and I don't know why. Don't need those. That doesn't sound good. I don't know if you could pick that up, but that was something falling in the kitchen. I don't know why I kept that. I will not be using Curse of Vanishing. Well, I have a possible lava farm, but I need iron for that to work. So I guess we go down now. Maybe I'll go until my pick breaks, and then the problem with that is eventually I'm going to need to make another pick. I see. I mean, that's a good amount of... Yeah, you know what? That feels like it'd be a good time to stop. Okay, get that going. Let's get iron smelting up. Put that down there. I'm not going to do that right now. I will probably end up making charcoal eventually out of those. And cobblestone. I've overdone it, haven't I? Yes, I have. Well, I have enough for... I'm going to need one of these. Which means I have mechanical press. And nothing to power it with. So I'm going to need at least one more iron. And I don't have nearly enough for a pick, so we're going back to stone. I'll extend this out as it becomes, say profitable, really. Should have seen it coming? You know what? Let's just say I did. I did see that coming. Probably gonna get killed again anyway. Yep. Nope. Not a fan of that. Don't know what I'm going to do with that. I know that's going to go on this guy right here, just like so. Nope. Make water wheel. I remember being young playing this game, and or I should say when I was younger, as if I'm not already fairly young. But when I was younger, I'd play this game. I'd have nothing to do, no real projects in mind. I always just do the really, really grindy things for no reason at all. Back when unenchanted diamond tools was the best you had. And Pocket Edition was all I had. I wasn't paying $30 for a game. I thought that was ridiculous. I also didn't really have a computer. I suppose that was probably also a factor. Bonk. Oh yeah. Of course. We want one here. So that the next... Actually, I might be able to... I'll add one more form just to get it done. Get that washed. Maybe I move that over here. I mean, This is a little higher than I think I'd want it, but... I did not have to do that. On one hand, that's much faster. On the other hand, I can't get up there again. Oh, I was wrong. Right. And then the next one is going to be... Actually... I put the drill here. Frame in the sides, I could actually... I could get that going pretty quickly, actually. Can I? Nope. Who could have seen this coming? Right. Nope. Put that right there. Still no lava. But now, I can get... I'm going to end up making more of these maybe than I ought to, but once we can get a drill going, it won't make a difference. That worked. Yeah, I don't know if this is where I want to set up a permanent home, or if this is simply just where I want to base for now. There's plenty of stuff up here, so... I say plenty of stuff. There's netherrack and all that up there, so I can make blaze burners before going to the nether if I need to. Thanks for watching. I've been Affected Hippo, and see you guys next time I stream. All one viewer. Hey, great, bye. Go ahead and ignore my health, but I just came back from a little mining trip. I think I'm going to treat myself with a bit of armor. Well, I guess 2,000 blocks that way. I might need some more carrots for the road. Let's do this. It's right there. I'm going. I have to. I must know what this village has to steal. Hey, corn! We love corn. So in that, I got corn, oh, onion, tomato. I am just missing lettuce. I think I have rice at home already. There won't be a chest. I didn't think so. Nope. But you know me, I'm taking it. Well, got a jungle on the horizon, which means... Is that? I got a little bit of bamboo, so that's one more off the list. just caught a glimpse of something over the hill here. Is it a village? This looks like it used to be a colony because this is too nice. Barbarians. Sweet. So naturally, they're about to spawn on, like, that guy. And that guy. They're bad for me. I'm getting out of here. Savannah? My texture pack gives me, like, this golden sort of grass for the savannah. I do really like that. Jungle has to be the worst biome for... I mean, it's good for them if their goal is to blow up and kill us, but it has to be the worst biome for getting snuck up on. Nope. See here, I'm here. The savannah is up here. Apparently this never generated. We're just gonna go north until I hit savannah now, I guess. Do you guys still move if I... Nope. Okay, what if I type in dark oak, for example? Nope. Oh, back kind of the way I came. Oh, it's... What's the next... The other one? It's like pale? And it's also that way. Well, maybe another time. It may be time for a backpack. Hello, dog. Clear up some inventory space, maybe make a new friend. We did. Please do not get struck by lightning, dog. If I didn't find it in a chest, this is how corn grows in the wild. Just the seeds. You don't get ears of corn in the wild. Let's get dog a little friend. Perfect. Are there any more in the area? I really don't want to carry around. Oh, pigs are gonna follow me because I'm eating carrots. Any more dogs in the area? I'd love to get rid of these bones. Cow. I would like to keep those things in there as well. This may be my second death. Dogs, leave them alone. Leave them alone. Leave them alone. You guys? Yeah, you're a problem. Oh. We are not scot-free, but we are out of there. We are out of there. While I'm just running down along this river, I wanna ask, did you guys hear that Mojang is adding? Is it Mojang? Is it still Mojang? Oh well. Developers of Minecraft are adding. What is it? Lava chicken? Is that what? Yeah. The song from the Minecraft movie, Steve's Lava Chicken. Yeah. So that one is apparently in the game now, or is going to be in as of 21.7, and I don't know. I think it sounds pretty good. I mean, it was. I mean, the song's not great, but it was already pretty catchy in the movie as it was. I also like how you have to get. Of course, I like how you have to get the record. It is quite literally you have to kill the chicken jockey. Just a fun little reference there. And okay, out of principle, I'm going to cut down the rest of the tree, but I've got as long as I get one sapling from the first dark oak tree I grow, I will have enough to replant another tree. And usually dark oak trees, in my experience, are pretty good about getting more saplings back than you put in. Didn't actually make it all the way back yet, but there is, in fact, a spruce tree here. And now I got saplings, so that has been taken care of. I do still need to get some cabbage seeds. Cabbage rolls are my favorite thing to make and eat in this game. I just figure they're the easiest. I feel like they're the easiest food for what they offer, anyway. But I'm pretty sure place these over the top and the tomatoes can grow up on that. Well, until we get a proper storage yeah, portable storage thing going, we're just gonna kind of haphazardly throw everything in there. I do kind of want to just start sending these through. I will eventually flatten this out, I guess. Maybe? I don't know. That's probably a waste. This area seems like it might be a little small for a proper mine colony. Well, it's 1 in the morning, and I'm kind of just tearing this down. Spent a couple hours on the phone, just hanging out, talking to people, making a little bit of progress here or there. I got the drill started. I've upgraded it so it's 5x5 instead of 3x2. Storage, of course, hasn't been upgraded, but that's really not going to be the end of the world. I'm just trying to build up a supply of wood. I have a little storage contraption prepared. So put all my items in the top barrel, get pulled out, pushed into the vault. I will eventually max out that vault, but for now I have everything in here. Now I don't have enough string or wool to make the list filters, so I don't have any categories set up in there, so it is a mess inside my storage system right now, which kind of defeats the purpose. But yeah, so the current game plan is next week. I'm probably not going to upload this week, but next week I'll take a little bit of time and get more of a established area going, I guess. Like, this is all temporary just so I can try and speed through the early game. I think I maybe shouldn't say speed through, as I don't know where I'm at, but I'm at least a couple hours into this world by now. I've gotten brass, as you can tell, but it's taking its time. I'm taking my time. It's taking a while. That's probably the right way to say it. I haven't made a mechanical saw yet. That might be next on my list because this is not going to be fun. Unfortunately, I'm still just a little ways away from having that, apparently, because there's nothing else in here. Nope. Yeah. I can't read. I don't have the feeding upgrade in my backpack yet. I don't have the tool swapping upgrade, and I haven't upgraded the backpack to diamond yet either. But I do have a backpack, so I mean, I'm at least up a little bit from the last world I tried starting that failed pretty early on. And it failed because the world crashed, not because of anything I really did. It just did not like when I placed down cogs for some reason. I think I was going this way. Yeah, this is what I'm just kind of slowly doing. I haven't taken the mining drill back downstairs yet. I plan to do that shortly. I'll definitely get around to it someday. Take my corn, my boiled corn. And I'm gonna go ahead and say peace. So I'd like to start off by welcoming you to the third episode of the solo, single, lonely create, whatever we're calling it, world. I don't have a fun creative name for that just yet. If you got one, hey, you know what? I'll go back and I'll change the names of the videos. But what I want to do while we're here is just tell you I I got sick in the middle of the video. I also didn't record an introduction, which is why I'm doing this separately after the fact during editing. And a lot of my clips are going to be silent. That's a failure on my part, but at the same time, it's worth noting that I'm just not really good at this just yet. So, trying to get better, more practice, more recording. This video is going to be, I feel like, a lot of clips where I'll probably end up doing a voiceover for it. I just when I was sick, I couldn't speak, couldn't record. So, well, if I stopped to record, I would simply, uh, I wouldn't speak. I'd have my mic muted, and I was probably even playing with my game on the speakers instead of my headset. So, yeah. Still, I think getting a little bit better. So, yes, yes. Please enjoy the video. I have everything but, I think, cherry? Oh boy. What about, what is this? Pale? That way? I'm gonna go to Cherry Grove. Alright, I'm gonna go to Cherry Grove first. Do I have, I have anything to ride? Wait a second. Yes! Biplane. We'll take we'll make the Scarlet biplane if we can. I don't know if we have enough iron for it. To get plane. Okay, so I don't have any enough iron. Maybe I go mine more. Do I need more of these? I will need another one. But you, engine, I don't have nearly enough for any of it. How do I save these? Do I have to press like R here or something? Nope. What else am I looking for? Can I make that? Probably not. I've probably made this for no reason now that I think about it. I'm willing to bet I have a blast furnace somewhere, but at the same time, it doesn't matter. They are fairly cheap materials. I'm not going to worry about it. There's a blast furnace over here, isn't there? Yep. One. And then holes, I think I can make one. Guarantee you I am, yeah, short on iron now. Can I make more of these? I mean, 1, 2, 3, so that's 9, 13. I'm gonna need 18 more iron and 18 more logs. Oh! And we have a biplane. How about we go immersive aircrafts? Let's see here. What do we have? No. No. Well, probably not with the price of that. Do we have... There we go. Improved... I need more iron. It would be about this point that I forgot to unmute my mic after muting it for those lovely cinematic clips you just saw. You may disagree, but I quite enjoyed them. But yes, so I found this temple. I think it's an Amazon temple. That's what the mobs are called. So I'm basically reacting to this as you're watching it as well, because I haven't seen it in probably a couple days. Amazon leader. Yep. So I was right on that. I think I'm going to continue trying to loot the village without actually getting shot too many times. Trying to manage to, collect items and survive. At this point, I'm still only at 2 deaths, so I'm doing my best to maintain uh, that statistic. I don't know how much longer it will last. By this point, I've realized that these guys shoot, and, well, I may be in over my head. Unfortunately, I'm not smart enough to realize that, so instead of running, I come down, realize there are spawners, which you'd think I would have known based off my previous interactions with the barbarians. But naturally, I did not consider that. I see they're spawning all over now because I'm running around like a fool. It would seem there are. Well, I better get out of here now. But I can tell there are skull. Are they skull detectors? I can also tell based on the time of day they deploy lava throughout, I guess, to stop them from spawning, but that doesn't make a ton of sense to me, so I'm not 100% sure. Or maybe that's more so to just stop me. And yes, I am in free cam right now, kind of cheating. But it looks like there's more lava dispensers that are activated by destroying those spawners. At this point, I don't think I want to destroy the spawners. I'm considering taking advantage of these guys and turning them into a mob farm somehow, but I don't know if they have a good like rate of XP drop or if they actually have any items worth farming, worth collecting. Because if it's not really, the most efficient, not really worth it, then I won't bother farming them. However, I'm going to try and get in here and break some of them. I don't know, like there's clearly, I guess not clearly, but you can kind of tell that there are observers underneath the spawners on the ground in there. And now I'm just trying not to die. Hopefully, I can pull that off. But it may be time for a tactical retreat, or perhaps, maybe, we can just say I'm going to continue with my original plan of going to I think it was a cherry grove out this way. I like the horn. Nice little horn. I'm still being shot at, if you didn't just see that arrow whiz by my head. And now I think I want to try and tame some more wolves if I have the bones on me. I may not. I'm guessing I don't, because I would have tried to tame them by now. To have a little more assistance fighting the Aztecs. I guess I'm not making a logical choice, and I'm choosing to keep fighting. Surely this won't come back to bite me in the butt at any time. It looks like I've engaged my shuffle mod accidentally, so it's just placing random blocks that are in my inventory. Or in my hotbar, rather. Coming through trying to pick up, see if there's anything worth having. And this is the price I pay for making bad decisions. Here, I'm once again making the conscious decision to make another helicopter, airplane kind of thing. The Gyrodyne this time, since it's so much cheaper, but still, it's going to be a slightly grindy task to get all the iron I'm going to need for propellers and hulls. So I'm probably going to just cut to the point where I start flying out that way. And naturally I'm starving, so I'm going to go back to my farm, but it also would seem that the villagers have decided to come by and take a bunch of my plants. You see, now it would seem that I'm too impatient and I've decided that the gyrodyne takes too long to craft, so instead I will be running over to the jungle, which, if I look over that way, I think you'll see it's about 2,000 blocks away. And I'm I'm in for another long trek. Yeah, that says 2,000 blocks. So this is going to be a bit of a trek. There it is. Now, you would think I'd learned my lesson. I'd be a little smart about it. Here we go. So, I'm clearly ill prepared, so I need some blocks so I can climb up there and get my items and then hopefully get right back out of there. I've got just a little bit of food left. I mean, that's quite a few. That would be caramel corn. But yes, now I think I'm confident enough I'm going to be able to get in there and get my items back. That was also about 20 minutes, 30 minutes of footage cut out of the video, just so I could get to this point here, get inside and get my items. But it would seem I am kind of stuck in an awkward position with my wolves running around. Am I confident? Nope. I died again. Fantastic. Alright, now after 10 minutes of resource gathering, I finally crafted the gyrodyne. Now, another 10 minutes, and I'm making a, what is that? It's a gyroscope, I believe. And we're going to place this down, get the gyroscope in there, and it is finally time to take off. Now, this is real slow. So, we're going to gradually find our way, fly our way over there. The unfortunate part is this uses hunger, so I'm eventually going to have to land. I have been muted for the last 30 minutes, probably. Probably longer. Really great for the quality of the stream. On your left, we have carrots and pigs, corn. This is probably going to be a problem. Maybe this time. Maybe this time. And we get out. Really? All that? Nope, give me up. I'm so sorry, dogs. How many times have I died in the last T? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. I've died 8 times in the last hour. God. Oh, come on. No! He's gonna die. Alright, guys, great news. We're not doing this anymore. Bad news. I apparently don't know how to fly a plane. Couldn't cut down enough tree. Better news. That's done. Let's get down there. And that's good enough for me. Pale Garden should be coming up. Pale, whatever. There it is. Yeah, I won't be going down there. Alright, I have all the... Now that I have all the logs, I'm treating myself to some fruit snacks. I'm thinking turning this swamp into a village. I don't know exactly how big I want to make it, but I'm probably going to do that. I just remembered my spawn is set really far away still. Huh. So, do I want to go ahead and cut all these down, start... I don't know, could I flatten an area? Should I flatten an area? Hang on a second, if I remember right, unstackable, or mine colonies. What type of pack do we want to use here? What would look good with the dark grass over here? Medieval oak might be fun, not doing that. Alright, let's just start at the bottom this time, since I've already... Generic mine colonies, fortress... Well, I've always been impartial to dark oak. So... The only downside is dark oak's a bit of a pain. We'll start that out sometime soon. You guys have anything to offer? Well, dang it, I'm gonna have to do that. Yeah, I know. I select style. Cavern. Do I go medieval oak for this area or medieval dark oak? I feel like medieval dark oak just looks more interesting. Place supply camp. Advancement mine colonies. Let's see here. don't know what I'm going to do with a bunch of water bottles, so naturally, let's hydrate. So we got the town hall, we got this guy. Town hall, level 1. Where are you at? I don't want you there. Can I turn you into town hall 2? How about 3? Not 3. Let's do 2. Not 2. Let's do 1. And we'll raise it up a little bit. We'll drop it down a little bit, and we're going to push it way over here. Not you. Let's see here. Let's think of a fun name for it. Let me just grab my handy dandy Catholic Bible. Turn to page 500? Maybe because that's pretty much what I opened to. I don't know if this is good guy, bad guy, but sounds like a cool name. Colony color white. I like red. Where's red? Come on, give me. That sounds decent. And what's layer 6? Is there anything in layer 6? I actually kind of like that. I hope I never have to make that.
Good day to you.
Someone start building the builder's hut.
'Tis a fine day.
Is that not placed? Whatever. I just want to take a minute. Admit I haven't recorded in probably 4 hours. I've been expanding my drill, doing a little bit of drilling, getting some diamonds, why not? I'm underneath my... I'll get there eventually. some my animals are growing up slowly. I'm expanding, flattening this area so I can put down the mine colony. We're just kind of making some slow progress. We're coming up on 100 days now, so best thing I can do, I think, is going to be getting whatever. We'll just do this. I'll try and make those pants last a little longer. But yeah, it's gonna be uh, end time. That's it. I gotta go to the end. Take care of that. I got a few pearls. That way. I have to go that way. That's what we're getting at here. I need to head. Where's my direction? North? Northwest? Yeah. Let's get that plane. How about should be some there should be a bed in here, just yeah. Yep. I'll finish flattening this out eventually. And eventually this whole area will just fill over to here and probably out into the dirty swamp. But the idea is I I have not built a factory or anything in the first 100 days. I was too busy plagued with mine colonies. So I think the next 100 days or so is going to be focused on the create mod, specifically actually building out a factory. And yeah, yeah, that's my main concern right now. Now it looks like there is a abandoned village over here, which honestly, come to think of it, I might set a create a waypoint. I'm gonna make it black so that it sticks out, but then I'm gonna go future village with a question mark, or future colony. I guess mine colonies is plural. Maybe I should spell colony right. But yeah, so the idea is maybe I'll come out here in the future and do a snowy one for fun, mix it up a little bit. Oh, we're already here too. So that's probably not even that far, is it? It's not too far from I guess, the end portal. Let's not go to the end yet, just in case. I'll start over here, throw the bed down, and then I've got... What are you doing? Alright. I know that's just making more of them, but... I'll just get the portal generated on the other side. Then we'll just go back. Alright, I'm just going. Okay, go towards 0, 0 this way. Or, do we want to... Yeah, we'll do this slightly longer way. Just so that if I come back in the future and I want to do something with this staircase here, I can. And I'm going to cut this part out. Completely ignore this guy. If I was doing this for content, I probably would have done the potato cannon that you see most people playing the Create mod do. Come on! This is so much less interesting without music. Leave me alone, leaving me alone, leaving me alone, leaving me alone. Not leaving me alone. Come on, well. Why are you going in the ground there, buckaroo? Is the water confusing you? That went through you. And we're out of... Oh, actually we're not. But the only ones left are poison, which I get from bogs. Bogs? Whatever the guys are in the swamp. You gonna come this way? You're gonna stay stuck over there. Is he a dragon? Is he a snake? What's going on here? Okay, one hit. If it comes down to it, I suppose I could always just go up to the top and pull away all the... No, don't die. You're really gonna hit me. I'm actively helping you and you're gonna hit me. I don't want to kill you over the void. Alright. And that's a data pack, so I never have to go out to the islands. I didn't... Alright, now if I was smart, I'd go back... Where'd you teleport? Ah! And then it falls like... anything else. Oh. Now if I remember right... accidentally, but, you know. Oh. And, okay, so I wouldn't have had to go far anyway. Don't go anywhere, please. Please stop here. Actually, let's go ahead and put those in there. I'm really just here for the treasure. Unfortunately... Get me out of here. Get me out of here. That's a problem. That right there is a problem. I should have left before I got greedy. And now I don't have any... I don't think anything else in there breaks from being punched. So... wood, I guess. Yeah, I can... No. I have to break a lot of this. Okay. I'll be back once I'm ready to head to the end. Get my stuff back. New task. Return items before day 100. I got knocked into the end. Before day 100. effectively giving me 20 minutes right there. Oh, I died high up on that tower too. I gotta kill enough Endermen to give myself. I should have just left the plane here. I should have just left the plane here. You creep me out. This whip. This is not going well. Get out of here. You specifically, leave me alone. Alright, so new death loop? New death loop. Trans. Why are you mad at me? You both go away? Yeah, well. I'm glad that worked. Alright, I'm back. Back in the end. What would be the fastest route? Maybe definitely going this way and then across. So let's go this way instead. Keep looking down. I didn't go and get a pumpkin to avoid looking at these guys, and I also have no food, so I will starve to death. The next option will be chorus fruit. Really get me over there, which is why I made so many picks. I will be back again. I'm not gonna make you watch all this. I'll cut it out. I'm at least seeing that my water stream's still there, so except for the part where no, I think I killed that one. So maybe I'll have a nice easy. I don't want to accidentally click on that. Have a nice easy trip up to the top. Okay, that didn't work. Upon further inspection, I have found that I failed to click the start recording button and therefore have completely failed to get a clip of me picking my items back up. But I did eventually make it back there, and as you can see, I lost all the levels from defeating the Ender Dragon, so that's unfortunate. That would have been quite a bit of XP, maybe even a few enchants. Maybe I would have gotten up working on the enchantment industry next. I mean, that is a factory I need to work on, I think. So, yeah. Maybe I'll start dropping down a little bit, but... Oh, there's one. I'm going for the drops. I really just want the armor trim, just to say I have it someday. So, if I find it or die, I'll be back. But until then, nothing will probably happen. I hope. I really hope nothing happens. I got bored of it. I'm flying home. There's the hopefully future site of another colony. I'll see. Realistically, I'll probably be too lazy to put it there. But, we'll find out later. Now that my end supplies are officially in my storage, I think it's time to call it a day. We are officially on day 101. Missed it. What a shame. But yeah, it's I think that is a good mark. to end the episode. Uh, there's there's a lot more going on around here than there was previously, and I'm sorry for that. I I got sick there for a little while, so the only thing I could do when I was at home would be, in addition to drinking as much water as possible, I would sit here and I'd very slowly have other buildings fill in. I can't quite remember at this time. I'll check the footage and see where I was at, but I feel like I probably only had one or two houses going, and then I've slowly stretched out, and then I got a layout for what I'd like to do further around here, and eventually, I'd like to have almost the whole swamp filled in. But I also know that's a ridiculously big village, so I don't know. We'll see what I can do. Hopefully, in the next episode, I'll remember to flatten this area, and yeah, we can get started on a little village, not village, little uh I guess a series of factories over here. I don't know. I feel like this is maybe a little small, so maybe we'll extend into the swamp a little bit and just have this stream running through it. I don't know. I feel like this could be a nice bit of pollution for world building, story telling, whatever you want to call it. That's going to be it for me. I've been Affected Hippo. You've been you. Thanks for watching. I still don't know. I still feel like I don't have a really set outro. Uh, I've been Affected Hippo. You've been you. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, comment what you'd like to see me do, what you'd like to see me more of in the future. Um, yeah, I uh, I've got nothing else for you. Crisis King. Have a good day. Bye bye. All right, welcome back to my solo create series. Here you can see what, well, by the time you're seeing this, what used to be a nice landscape next to the village. We're going to flatten that, try and taper the mountain on the right side of the screen down into a flat area for factories. We're going to leave the village and create a small river separating the two areas. And we're likely going to end up expanding the flat plain into the swamp. So let's get into it. looks like I've got the new guard tower finished, so I should probably start picking up and moving back towards the colony, just so we're not. Oh, look at that! Another thing. What is that? Fisherman's hut. So let's go back and let's make sure that we're still producing or working over in the colony while we're flattening this area just to make everything more efficient. Now, it's about at this time that I was planning on doing a resource gathering montage for the next couple builds. Apparently, I did not record anything where I said that, so I'm guessing at this point. But I've got a lot of footage, and I'm very sorry if you're not interested in the uh, time lapses I'm doing here. I recorded a lot. I want to use it just to show I did something. And yeah, let's get into the time lapse. Once again, a muted microphone strikes, but I'm going to guess here. What I'm trying to do is explain and show where things are going to be going. This is going to be a warehouse. We're going to be looking at a residence that hasn't been built yet, but I've begun doing research for how couriers and the whole colony is supposed to work. So I just threw in a warehouse because I need one of those eventually. It is at this point in the video that I've decided I'm going to start cutting out bits of these time lapses, but I decided I'd do a little voiceover for this section just to make it more interesting for both of us. It's around this point when I was watching the footage. Listen. Don't the baby zombies sound a bit like, I don't know. I think that the high pitch is kind of funny, but I really like how breaking stone at a high speed sounds like Perry the Platypus. I might be the only one that hears that, but I'm having a great time. Ooh, what are you?
Great to see you.
Yeah, I'll work on it. Next step will be one courier. I don't know which one's which, though. This one might be easier, though. Build that one.
Where's the courier?
I'm working on it. I like how he's got the thing sticking out of his mouth. Oh, that's new. Well, maybe I should take care of that. After I finish harvesting my rice and my sugar cane, I couldn't forget the the kelp. I need my kelp. I mean, I care very much about my citizens' safety, but I need my kelp. And the tree is grown, so I have to cut it down. Alright, now it's time to go open season on these guys. Just two of them, it would seem. Yep, one left. He's a chief, guy in charge. He hits a little bit, but not too hard. I mean, if there are a ton of these guys, I could see there being a problem, but that wasn't too bad. I think, for the first one anyway. What height am I supposed to do? Supposed to be building these at? If I can get facing 59. So I got to get down to Y59. Where's it at? Where? Oh, it's way over here. No longer need that. 58. 3. I think it goes without saying my next colony, assuming I do multiple on this world, will be somewhere with solid ground. Because building the ground is not where it's at. I don't know when, but at some point off camera, I must have built a paving contraption, I think is what I called it. And it just fills the space below. And I think I have the world settings so that we only fill the required 5 blocks underneath the ground level where I want the whole colony to be. At this point, off screen, I realized that I had just completely forgotten that I was trying to make this a factory focused video. Go time. I've done a very poor job lighting up this place. Alright. So glad he's doing the work. Also, not nearly enough guards helping me out here, so I think what I'm going to end up doing is filling in uh, that guard tower someday. Probably now. Probably now. So, I did that off camera, but I've realized that I haven't spent nearly enough time actually focusing on the flat area. I get distracted really easily, but there you can see our river. It's not the greatest. Here I'm trying to kind of figure out how I could snake a train through, because I want it to come in on well, along this river from spawn, which was across the forest there, and have like a bridge around here somewhere, and then wrap around however I have to snake the train so that I could have a long train, fairly long train, but still have a series of factories over here. But I am now thinking that this may not be enough room. It could be, but I don't really want to get started and then have to change because I didn't plan accordingly. But I can say with confidence that there will be some kind of bridge going over here somewhere to cross into the rest of the swamp and to bring items from these factories over to the colony, because I don't want to have a mine shaft, a miner, a digger, whatever he's called, in the colony, because they do mine, but they require resources, and worse than that, they'll dig underneath the town, which, when it's floating, isn't going to work well. So I'll probably have to start with some kind of cobblestone farm, but I would like to extend further into this peninsula I'm over right now. Maybe, yeah, I don't think it'll wrap around, but I'm definitely not going to fill in the whole thing. I need water to pollute after all. Alright, so full transparency, it's been about 2 weeks since I last recorded. Uh, I got the last two videos out and done, edited all that ahead of time, and then got busy with real life projects. So at some point, I'm going to start the proper factories. However, I came back and the first thing I noticed was I don't like this. I can't. I mean, this is okay. Storage is one thing, but all this we got going, I have going on over here, not a fan. So I think what I'm going to do is actually uh, tear all this out and put in a new workshop. I don't know. This is like this is an unused strip, so I'm probably gonna use it to make like a staircase or some kind of elevator or something like that, just to get down underground, and then I'm gonna dig out a big hole, and yeah, I'm not looking forward to that. But hang on. Now, let's get to digging a hole. Alright, to make this more interesting, let's get some mechanical pistons, which apparently I can't craft right now. So once again, piston, piston. And we'll grab some slime blocks while we're looking at it. So we got our sticky mechanical piston, and let's just get all of these, and the heck, some logs. Little cobblestone roof to go on top. Why not? And because I can, we'll play with this. How do you this way? maybe we do more like this. We just, I've never used this, so we're just gonna kind of figure it out as we go. Alright, so let's go ahead and start with a couple little, not like that. You know, I can do it like this. A couple little pillars. 3x3, 2x, I feel like I'm gonna play with it later. There we go. Now copycat layer, can I get this? Now, I know it seems a little small, but eventually we'll get right into that with the redstone link and the button. Let's maybe fill in the edges a little bit here. We'll put it here, because I think I have to place it on the inside. And we'll add just a little bit of thickness to it. And we are only using these because this is what I had lying around. Logs, not too, well, not logs, but for the door, I'm not too sure. I'll probably think of something better looking later on. This will be a nice little structure that I can hopefully put here and ignore. It's just supposed to be temporary. It won't be, I'm sure, but it's meant to be temporary. Spent the last 2 hours crafting some blocks for the workshop, and we've got a new problem to solve. So I guess we will be running over there. That guy probably has nothing to kill them with. Oh, sorry, guy. Do I have to destroy the spawner?
I'm missing something. I can't work like this.
I'm aware. Put all that away. Are you gonna do any work now?
Morning.
You have a sword. Let's go kill some bad guys. Now, for this reveal, I filled in the path, and, well, you might be able to tell I threw some shaders on. I like it. It's a pretty good looking effect. Like, I like the mountain in the background. This is the first I've seen it, by the way. I use some bone blocks for the door, just to create like an obvious sort of pattern. And got the grand reveal. I got my washing, smelting, haunting, cooking station. I've got a crushing wheel station. This is where I can park my storage contraption. And then this is just an iron farm, just because I know I'm going to need it just constantly. So I figured I might as well just start a small one right now. I can fill from that barrel up to the top, and then when the vault up top fills the drills will shut down. Everything's powered by water wheels. I'm producing way more power than I need. And then I have my mechanical crafter set up right here. And then if I need to change how it's configured, I can go around the back through some hidden doors on either side. I have a casing machine, and it's flat. It was originally designed by ZF. It took a little while to get it to work properly because I was being weird, or it was being weird. And then I have a precision mechanism machine, pretty straightforward. And then I have a track factory. It'll produce track put in any solid block, and it will cut it down to slabs, and then the brash funnel right there will only accept completed train tracks, and when Steam and Rails is updated or whatever, then it'll change with more train tracks. And now we're gonna go down. I made an elevator because elevators are fun. Footage is currently sped up about 5 times, or 500%. And we slow it right back down as I fill in, or I guess carve out a place to stand, because I made the floor, but did nothing with it. I'm also doing this voiceover afterwards, because I was muted for this whole thing, and I only realized that after I finished recording and started editing. So, I'm kind of reacting to this, and also going off memory what I would have said at the time. Fast forward, going down to the bottom layer now. This is where deep slate is. I can come down here and mine deep slate or ore. I'll just stare into my eyes for a little bit as we ride back up. This is increased in speed too, just 3 times. All right, shaders are off to help my performance, so my computer doesn't sound like it's trying to fly away. So you've got the little catch-all area in the corner here. I forgot to include earlier, or I skipped over, but not a whole lot really going on down here. I do have like a enchantment XP area in the back. That's temporary because I'm going to build a proper enchantment factory, which is also probably going to produce blaze rods. I'm pretty sure. And I need to get some more light in down here. But I like this little guy. It it's very create, I feel. Very mechanical, and it's more fun to me. So thank you for making it to this point in the video. I appreciate that you're here, and if you're not here to hear this, then whatever. But thank you. You're here. You're watching. I appreciate it. Leave a like, leave a comment, subscribe if you haven't. I don't know, you made it pretty far in the video if you didn't like it. The game plan is to get started on more factories, and actually factories in the next video. So look out for that. Same time next week, I'm thinking. I'll see you then. I sure hope so. Until then, I've been Affected Hippo. You've been you. Uh, Peace. Welcome back to my single player create series. I'm actually remembering to start recording at the beginning of the video and not just winging it in post production. We're hanging out in the workshop that I finished in the end of the last video, and what we're going to be doing today is not down here. You can't see it down here. Let's go up. Still love this thing. All right, first of all, I extended our area. Second of all, this is our large factory area here. I'm thinking that my original plan of having something coming through this area and crossing over somewhere down here, it's not as likely. Whereas if I were to go around this north side here, I could have, I don't know, maybe it's just something a little more visually interesting going around this area right here. And then I can get lost in the trees this side of the hill. I have no idea what would go there, but it's just an idea. And then in addition to that, I got to lay out the tracks just to get an idea of how that's all going to go. Up here, I'm going to lay out some of the factories. I have no idea how big some of the areas need to be. All I have worked out is that uh, I know what cobblestone farm I'm going to make. I've spent, I need you to understand this. I have spent, what time is it? I've spent 5 hours. You're ruining my moment. I have spent 5 hours designing, testing cobblestone farms. Half of it's been waiting, getting some samples, seeing like test runs, seeing how long it would take things to work. But the important thing is I have spent far too long on this already, and I haven't even started building yet. Not in this world, so let's get to it. Now let's start out by getting some, I think, yeah, let's just take them all. Take all the bricks, and I think I'll need, do I have torches? I do have torches. I have a lot of torches in here. We can get started lining out, we can get started outlining things, and more importantly, lighting it up so I don't have anything killing me when I'm there. Alright, so at the bottom half of the screen, you can see what I currently have mapped out for our farming area. It could, of course, continue, I think this is north, through this swamp area that's not been flattened, or, yeah, flattened. This may end up flattened as well. I may take these mountains down, or at least lower them down. And the same with this little spire right here, just so I can have, maybe I can build something small and interesting right here. I'm pretty sure this is the world spawn too, so that would be, yes, yeah, this is it. So I would want to do something here. My current question, that, oh, by the way, here I am, chilling on this little tree. So my current thoughts, originally my plan was to come from the south here, along this river, and then a small bridge onto this section of land. But as I've been thinking about it more and more, I've decided that something along this smaller strip over here that goes just over this bit of water, and then maybe splits left and splits right. Well, it could split right if it had, like, if I had more factories going up along this part of the swamp, but it could just swing left and we could just have all of the factories along here. It would come diagonally across there. It would go to the left, probably stay to the right side here along the water, just so there's room for a factory on the left side there. And then I'm thinking it would eventually do like an S curve and wrap around so that's actually more, or turn so it's more like in the middle section right here. So we got factories on either side, and we probably want to split the track at some point as well, so that we could have possibly one line in the center and then like sidings to stop and fill, or however we do it. And then from where I'm at, we'd try and take the train and curve it up through here. I mean, a straight line is going to be the best, but if that's not entirely doable, then I suppose somewhere around here, diagonally to this section, would work. So I've gone ahead and I've laid some tracks from down around here up. It curves. Apparently, it didn't want to save in the picture, or in the map. I've been doing some big curves, which will allow for some long stretches of just straight, smooth. Maybe smooth is the better word. Rail railway line that would allow me to curve separately for maybe multiple platforms coming through here. but I really don't think I'd need more than one or two, and maybe I could do multiple. I just feel like it'd be a little excessive at this point. The other thing worth noting is I cannot find a layout for this bridge here that I like. I wanted to originally do like I know when Steam and Rails gets updated, they have phantom tracks, so I could do a moving bridge eventually, but there's no good spot for it if I want to go straight unless I went straight through here, and then I'd have to extend this area out, which isn't the end of the world. It just feels like it's awfully close to everything else that's going on, so I don't know if I'd want to do that. The other problem I run into is that I don't, I'm not, I guess the other option would be a straighter. It has to be 45 degrees or straight like this. And if it's at 45 degrees, I'd want to elevate it just enough so we could take something underneath, a boat perhaps. Not that we ever really would, but I think it would be a nice thing to have, a nice thing to add, just so that there's that little bit of movement. Okay, otherwise, if there's no way to get through here, we might as well just pave over this whole thing, and I don't want to do that. I'm leaning a lot more towards this idea and maybe just moving it further over into this section here, which I know would make it longer, but I'm kind of at a loss for ideas. Plus, then I guess this curve would be a little bit shorter too. So I guess there's that. So maybe I'll move these two things. I'll get rid of them and just move them so that they're more in line right here. I'd like to take a quick break from whatever I was doing to upgrade some this first aid. There we go. I just happen to have checked that already, so let's get some hay. I have the hay bales, and now I can work on getting a hospital in place. So I don't have to keep healing these guys. Now back to what I was trying to work on earlier, trying to figure out. I think the best option here may like this doesn't look half bad, but the better option may be to just bring a train in right behind these guard towers, having some other smaller buildings over here. I don't know. I'll have something right here. Continue the maybe not even continuing the road here. Maybe continuing the road, but definitely having some kind of station. And in this area behind the warehouse, but hopefully somewhere in line with this little tiny little peninsula right there, I could have a drawbridge, and I might even fill in some of this section here going this way, just to create like a smaller span to stretch, and maybe even a double track for that. But maybe the double track will only exist on this side, and it will basically just be the station. And then I could just extend, I fill in uh, the land out here. That might be a decent idea, I think. Or not, I don't know, but I'll figure it out when I get there. Now, if I'm going to have multiple tracks, I probably shouldn't do one S bend. I should probably have like a partial and then a 40, just something traveling at 45, and then another uh, row or two of tracks, because this is not what I was hoping for. I mean, it works. It's just not what I wanted. And I do like this straight set of track as opposed to this one, because over here I could do something at least. I could have, I don't know, I could have my, what are you? Fisher. Okay. So I could have my station over here somehow, somewhere, and then maybe I don't have any super long trains, or if I do, they extend mostly this way. Like maybe I have a second road coming off this way somewhere, and right here. I think I'm going to base the next track, or the next, yeah, I'm going to base the whole station, like it's going to go a little bit there, a little bit there, like to the left, to the right, and then it's basically just going to come up to the edge of where this guard tower is, maybe a couple blocks back, and then I could extend a road this way. But yes, I think do think we're going to work with this straight line, because then when we get Seaman Rails updated, I can have a drawbridge sort of thing, and I can have this town basically separated from the nearby areas. I think that'll be more interesting. Maybe lore wise, is this somehow some kind of protected city? There's, oh, I guess, I guess I gotta go take care of that now. All right, just so we're clear, this is much bigger than it. Nope, not the, not the town. I should put saddles on you guys or something. More. There's 5 more of you float. 6, 7 more. You wouldn't mind stopping that now, would you? Alright, well, Fisher's probably dead. Or my builder, which would be worse. Any of these? Well, I could at least. I have more. Alright, next step I think is going to be fixing my home. Well, you know what? Everyone died, so now there's room for another baby, I guess. Great. Perfect. Perfect timing. I have grown bored, and I have decided I will be removing uh, this, these floating rocks, and a lot of these spires, just so that I may have a smoother, or I guess a better shape for my train to come through. And maybe I can actually put. So according to my rough tests, I'm going to take a circular tree farm, and then wherever it ends up. Basically, I have a diameter for it already, so I'm kind of hoping I could squeeze it in between these two spaces. All right, so we've got a circle. There'll be a fence coming out near the track, probably a block away, and it will follow a similar curve, I suppose. Conveniently, there's a ton of oak around here, but I don't really want to do this with oak. So I guess we'll use the gravel bricks I have on me instead. 2, 2, and 4. You know what? I think I do like that. The idea being, so we'll have a circular tree farm right here, a fence around the outside. The tree farm will be unloaded using portable, uh, whatever they are, portable item trans somethings, whatever they are. And then from there, they'll be brought along a belt into the factory, a stack at a time. And we do a stack at a time so we don't dump everything and then have no saplings to fill these guys, to fill the deployers. But, and what we'll do from here will be effectively no real need for measurements here. Maybe instead of bringing this all the way out here, I'll have like a platform. 2, 3, 4. Let's say it ends here, so we have the building end there, and it'll just continue on all the way. Oh, I don't want to say all the way down, but as far down as I have to, because this will be producing basically everything wooden that I will need. And then from here, continuing down again. Difference here being this will probably have to have some kind of foundation built into the ground, or foundation, maybe even a little dock. So for this, just in case, maybe I want some kind of I don't know, transportation. Maybe we're exporting some, maybe not large amounts, but we could be exporting some amounts of wood from here. I feel like this mountain needs some kind of, it deserves some kind of base, something interesting, more than I'm giving it at this point. Yes, I think this will be good for here. I probably won't start on this episode because there's still so many other things to do. And I'll probably do something similar on this side because, well, there's a curve and I can work with that. Down here, there's not really much we can do with a curve. Like maybe I could put like the locomotive yard here so I could have some kind of, I don't know, maybe I don't know if I'd want to do like a row shed here, or maybe I could do a like sidings for rolling stock, and you could technically come in from both ways. So I think I need some kind of yard. I don't need it, but I definitely should have some kind of storage back here for locomotives. Unfortunately, it's only 2 chunks thick, and that is the size of the design for my indoor roundhouse, which would make it also just obscenely big compared to the rest of these buildings. And that's, I mean, I don't mind this shape, but it's the size of this already. Like we're going to be pushing like a chunk and a half, and in doing that, like let's use this as a base. So we got that, one track there, and one track there. This would just be a huge. That is a huge diameter for what I'm working with. So maybe it is in fact too much, especially with the size of this curve here. I'm actually starting to not like this one. I could, at the beginning or edge of this curve, basically. Let's pick that up. Wherever that would be, it would be right here. Mark it with the jack-o'-lantern. That seems to be how I do things. We'd come in 2, 3, 4. I feel like 5 is a good number. A little corner there. 2 here for a, I don't know, buffer when we get those back. I'm putting a lot of faith in Steam and Rails coming back. 1, 2, and a third, just so they're actually closed in if I need to. And then maybe I have just a series of these guys with. So I've got some longer ones, some longer bays to put longer engines in. Do I want to have? I kind of think I would want to have another series of these, another smaller shed for like the designated shunter for the area. And then in doing so, I have a small shack up here for the shunter. In fact, let's not call it small because, well, I'd probably find 2, 3, 4, a fifth, and then there. I have no idea how long I need this, but I know I've built some shacks before. 1, 2, 3, another one. And this really only leaves room for it be 1, 2, well, 1, and then another set, which puts it a little close here, I think. So maybe instead of doing that, we shift this whole thing over so it's 3. After all, nothing, I mean, ideally, nothing would be traveling at speed through here. We can go 2 away, have space there. In fact, there's enough space where I could evenly space them out. Except I couldn't because we're still getting into this building. So maybe instead of that, we do in fact do this, and then I'd have Just one block of space, which would be, I think, enough. Nope, I should stop removing these because I need them for marking. Maybe nothing would really have to live here. Now that I've stopped and I don't say take an inventory, but taking a second to look, and I can tell that I did that wrong. Get another one out here. Okay, so now I've got it. I have to find a way to make a nice smooth curving track from this point up to here. And we won't be using those for the track. You think 20? 20 is a reasonable little curve? I feel like if I built a train with a longer wheelbase, that would be too long. And then the problem becomes now I have to do that for... You know what? Hang on a second. What am I doing? Instead of this, why don't I just have it at like a 45-degree angle? So the problem here is going to be more so... Yeah, I can't stand this curve. It looks awful. So do I just completely ignore that? Do I not have a curve here? And just have like a single row here for maybe organizing? Maybe I organize... Oh, it's hard to organize trains with no siding. Unless, of course, I just did it on the other side. The question, I suppose, becomes what do I do with this weirdly round area? I mean, we got all this industrial right here. I don't think it, I mean, maybe we try and correct that with a nice sort of nice structure here or here. Aside from the last hour I've spent laying out this area over here, which honestly doesn't seem that impressive for an hour. I expanded this area quite a bit today, and I mean, if we look at it, you see I put in all these roads, and I've got hospital built and houses, and there's all kinds of stuff in now. I need to, like, I've got all my, this guy's building the pig farm over here. And then this is going to be sheep, and I did relay out where these tracks would go. I extended this all the way up to where I think it will end over here. And then probably just around like the perimeter of the swamp. At least in this big area. Over to here, I think we're going to keep this river just because. And in doing so, we'll probably end up tearing out a bunch of these the villagers' houses. We'll keep the ones on the hill, but anything floating is going to go. Oh no, more guys. I would like to spend the following, I don't know, there's 17 days left. Well, let's call it 16. I say you fought a good fight, but I don't know if there's even any more of you. Oh. Hey, he did it! Let's go! He served a purpose. Okay, so now that I have it, I can continue, say, north to my tracks. I'd appreciate if you didn't hurt my... Oh, hey, he's got the shield texture. I am off the map. Corners filled in, and then honestly, I'm feeling lazy. Guess there's a lava pool over there. I throw all those in there. Is it now much bigger? and I'll just need 3 more to fill out probably the rest of it, just for the sake of I do like the airlock, the threshold, to stop the pigs from coming in. So I am going to end the video here. I'd like to thank you for watching. I understand it maybe wasn't the most, maybe it wasn't the most in, productive, and maybe it wasn't the most productive in terms of factories and everything. But now I've got an idea of what I'm doing. I can work towards a bigger goal. I I just have to do that. And you know what? It's occurred to me what can be done in, where's it at? This area. I haven't laid out an area for a power station. So naturally, that will be, I think that'll have to be my power station. Here or here, maybe over here, so it's closer to water. I mean, here would be better, so I'm further from water and I don't have to deal with filling it in. But in the event of, say, some kind of meltdown, I could just flood it. Or I could do something similar over here. I don't know. It doesn't really make a difference. I'm going to be building something unnecessarily, probably not large, but powerful. And then we'll figure out where I'm going from there. Thanks for watching, guys. If you've liked the video, leave a like. If you disliked it, leave a dislike. Comment what you'd like to see more of. Comment what you'd like to see less of. Just let me know. I appreciate the interaction, and I try to respond to comments as I see them. It doesn't always happen, but I've been me, you've been you. Christ is King, and I'll see you in the next video. Goodbye. Welcome back to another video of my solo crate series with me, Affected Hippo. I'd better take this guy with me. Nope, hang on. I'll get it. We'll put our windmill bearing down, a chest, and we'll take 2 windmills, a few more sails. We'll definitely want one there, a little gap there. And then this was how I had planned on putting down all of my deployers. And the deployers are here, of course, so that we can continue planting the trees in the farm. I don't know. I'll put a few more down here. I don't know why I do 8. I just feel like I've always seen 8 in this sort of layout. We'll put it up this way so you can do it all in I didn't do it. We want all the glue in one block because that is better for the game to process. And then each one of these will want to be dug out 1 level. Since this is the perimeter of the farm, I can turn this into... I should be able to turn it into bone... Well, not bone meal, into bamboo. However, these... I suppose I should put down my contraption with all of my storage in it as well. Alright, well, whatever. So I have the farm broken down into. You're gonna don't ruin my take, please. I have the farm broken down into what I'd like to plant 4 of, what I'd like to plant 2 of. Now, what we will be doing in this case is we're going to be slapping down some propagules in the outside corners. We'll start this guy. No. We'll start this in the other direction. The propagules go on the outside just to get them out of the way. And then just 2 blocks from our hole, 2 blocks from our hole. We'll start putting these guys in. 2 blocks from our hole. Nope. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, I may have built this wrong. But, I can't be bothered fixing it. Unless, of course, it doesn't work. In which case, you probably won't see this footage at all. And what I will have to do is find roughly the corner over here. And we'll take this quickly. One more. There we go. And I'll now put in farm. Tree farm. Now, one of these is going to have to disappear. Might as well be the starting position. See, that guy's already grown. So I hope you just lock in place there. Nope, you came over here. Even better. Alright, there we go. Is that in there? It is. Alright, go again. So it didn't even matter that I pulled those up. Now you should see. Oh, nope, looks like a miss. She may have to get a little bit bigger. I guess we'll find out if it cuts down this whole tree or not. In which case, you'll see this footage. And if not, you won't. I have a feeling, though, you won't. Oh, yeah. This is getting a little redesign, then. With this guy stuck, well, these 2 probably stuck out just a hair further. Where's my wrench? There she is. One there. Put you in that place. You think that's gonna be alright? I don't know. Probably not. Maybe that's why I had a 6 earlier. I don't know. What we will be doing, however, is leaving this here. And I will be grabbing a 6th, which I had earlier. A 6th deployer, I should have said. I did not actually finish the sentence. How's that? And then just so I can say I've got 8 on there. Go ahead, try and finish now. Propagule. Well, saplings, propagule. The propagules get a lot of space because they don't like to grow. They don't work. They don't like to work with me here. And then that should cut the whole tree down. Alright. And then I suppose maybe the next time it comes through, it'll try and plant those. We'll find out. What we will do in the meantime, is not get hit by that. I'll throw some jack-o'-lanterns down for light. And then I'd like to take some logs, or some wood. I suppose these will do. Just so I have access to this guy. Put that away. Come on, plant here. I did not plant there, so are they too high? Or am I just wrong? You know what? I didn't place this. That's probably not doing me any good. Let's take these up so I don't grow any extra trees. In fact, I could just put them all in here. And that is why we left the stairs in there. So you're in there. Let's go ahead and put this in. Block higher would probably be good. But that looks pretty centered. I mean, it's reverse of what I had it as, but I think it is. Nope. Nope, this is right. So if I do this, and then maybe I place it in these filters since it's already placed down. I mean, that one placed. Was there anything to go here? Those would be birch saplings. There weren't any. But hey, you know what? I see it planting. I'll take it. I will take that. Follow-up will be bamboo. And yes, I'm choosing to ignore these guys. And bamboo will go in all these slots, creating somewhat of a natural wall, but at the same time, we're also going to be getting... Uh-oh. We'll be getting bamboo blocks, which will just be another thing I can build and... or that's new. Probably a thing with my mod pack or my texture pack, not sure. Oh, and then those are wrong. So switch these out right quick. I do think I want polished stone. I think that is connected texture. That's exactly what we want. Nope. Please stop. Really messing with my efficiency here. My speed. Now I'm thinking this area over here would be a good place for a power station. And my logic behind that is I've already built it in creative, made a schematic, and I feel like this fits comfortably within one chunk, and then I could extend it horizontally if I ever needed more power. I can't imagine I would need more power, but in the event I need to double up, I could. So I might build this. I might just print it to make it easier on myself. I have a materials checklist here. So, yeah. That's probably that's probably what I'm going to end up doing. If nothing else, though, I will be digging out a small hole between these two corners. And then this will be where I get my infinite lava supply from, which means this guy's probably in the wrong spot. But, no, I kind of like him there. So maybe I'll extend it out. 2 blocks? Should still be fitting within the same chunk. It's not. It could be. And now it's in the same chunk. So this should be here now. Not that it really matters if it is in the same chunk, but this way when I get around to actually uh, doubling the size of my station, I can go this way. And in fact, it won't be doubling because it won't be doubling because I have plans to make this a 18 size, 418 size, so that's a million stress units. There's no way I should ever be topping that off, ever be going beyond a million stress units. So this should be fine. Well, when it's bigger. But if I ever need 2 million, I can of course do a second one. I don't think that's likely though. I will, however, be, uh, I guess, digging my hole while this gets started. I need blaze rods. Not blaze rods, I need the guys. What are there? Blaze burners. No. Alright, and then while I'm here, get rid of him. Now this will probably be a bad idea. But I'm here. I might as well check. I have no reason. Oh, there's that one. I got these. What are you, soul speed? Sure, why not? Well, so it was going really well, and then I did this, and now I'm thoroughly disappointed. Now that I've fixed and finished most of it, I mean, I didn't have any glass, but I ran out of glass. I'll deal with that later. I had the water wheels here so that if, say, this could ever fail, then there's still some water pumping into here. I mean, I might have to jump up there and just double check because they seem like odd places to be labeled. But they should all. Do I not have? How far did I make it in this series without making create goggles? That's. Oh, that's worse. That's a little embarrassing. And we're also 40 minutes away from 200. So, who knows? Maybe we might just extend this video to like 210. Wherever. Whatever happens. You won't know. Hang on. You will. You don't know yet. Because I don't know yet. So what I'm imagining here is just 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 high. And then, I don't know, I'll probably go as far as I can. Or at the very least, F3 and G. I think every chunk might be a little excessive. But I find it just a little difficult. Oh, does that actually line up with the edge of the... That does line up with the edge of the building, so maybe we just go with that. 2, 3, 4, 5, and one of these. 2, 3, 4, 5, and then that guy. 2, 3, 4, 5. And then this will be what draws power from there over to, not here, but to these guys. Also, yeah. So, a little full. I might want to, I might, well, I need to get this guy cut down, but in addition to that, I need to find a way to get power run up through here, from these guys. Do I even need the building to be this? Well, you know what? I want it to be. If I had it that wide, I could have a small station requesting all the items from these storages out to here. It would be a ton of packagers, but that's the whole point of this guy right here, is to make cardboard, which could then be used for packagers. And then I'm seeing a ton of missing belts. I really thought I copy and paste. I really thought these have been in when I printed it earlier. The difficult part we're going to find here is that this section will have basically 3, 4, 5, the same sort of plan. 2, 3, 4, 5. And then it's basically gonna be a square. So not only are these operating as are these going to be operating they're gonna look like power lines, sure, but the important thing we're working on here is connecting the areas. So the power station, hang on, the power station is going to be connected by these lines to the wood mill and, well, everywhere else we've got going on over here. It looks ugly, but it works. Story of my life. So, missed it. It's day 201. So, let's just keep going. So, what you can see here is I have filled out some large platforms after completing our power grid, if you want to call it that. You see our power plant is still functioning. In fact, it looks like it's topped off right now, so maybe it's just a little excessive even. But at this point, that's perfectly fine. That's still going. Not fast, but we're producing plenty for my current needs, which are I only really need dark oak. So everything I'm accomplishing right now is just bonus for me. But so let's go into the map. This larger section here is what I would like to turn into like the bulk crafting. So like a big cobblestone farm right here. In fact, this is the farm I have in mind. It maybe isn't the most space efficient, but uh, it is possibly one of the cheaper options for. It has 4 drills per. Well, technically, it has 4 drills per 9 volts, which isn't the greatest. It's a little expensive, but that's the most I could fit reasonably onto onto a single large vault. So that's 36 drills. For 2 side to side, and that's probably it. I don't think I can squeeze a third one in, so it would have to go. In fact, yeah, let's just drag it out this way. It would sit right about there, and it looks like. Well, actually, this might I might be able to get away with this because this technically is going to be a wall, And this part of the farm should actually be mirrored so that we have all the power coming through on this side. So I might just be able to make this. Ooh, I'll definitely be able to make that work. Now that I think about it, now that I get a chance to stop and look at it, and as a matter of fact, I could even pull it in a little bit, which means I could shift actually this whole thing over too, and the rest of this would just hang on, but it would be moved over very slightly, producing extra space at the front for I don't know. This side could be really vertical, so maybe a sort of walkway or staircase up front. It comes around here, it kind of curves upward because there's a lot of space between these two. We've made a lot of progress regarding our factories today. We have this lovely curved area here, and then I think we'll put like the individual crate mechanisms being produced over there. So this farm here is one thing that can go here. Maybe I'll put a small kelp farm down like in the ground right here, like underneath all this. Put it on top of like underneath a glass floor, so I can see it. But yes, this is pretty much where I'm at as far as well, today's progress. I'd like to thank you all for coming along with me for the first 200 days of my solo create world. We're 60 hours into this world by now, and if you've watched, the whole way into here, I mean, you haven't seen every hour, every minute of the footage, but I appreciate you being here now. Whether you've just started watching on this episode or you've watched all of them up until now, I just want to thank you. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe. If if you like what you saw, tell me what you liked in the comments. If you want to see something different, tell me that. Just, I don't know, interact. I do try to respond to all comments. If I see them, I'll try and respond. At least let you know I am listening. But yeah. Until next time, thanks for watching. So until next time, thanks for watching. Uh, come back, come back for the next video. I don't know. Uh, like, comment, subscribe. Tell me what you like. Tell me what you didn't like. Um, Crisis King. And I'll see you next time. Bye bye. Hello, everybody. It's me, Affected Hippo, and we're back again on the Solo Create world, where I have been doing just a little bit of work. Yeah, nothing special really going on here. Just filled in a bunch of the platforms, outlined one of them in brick, so I have a step up onto the platform. And oh, I did go to the Nether, spend an hour or two killing withers so I could get enough skulls for a beacon. But yeah, really not a whole lot's happened over here. I think I've expanded my track over to the next area from our our colony, and I've cut down or gotten rid of the land connection here. I should probably make this whole thing deeper, but I'll get to that later. But the goal for right now is going to be taking this area directly in front of me and building out our crate item farm here. So we'll start probably on the left side and just work our way over, and we'll figure out what exactly is going on when we get there. So what I'm thinking here is I have a roof over my platform. I just think that would be nice. It'd definitely be more of a it would definitely be more of a Well, you know what? No, I could leave the train out here. I was thinking the covered platform would be more of a passenger train sort of thing, but if we look at it from here, we're just keeping it covered, and we're using all easy to obtain blocks, basically varieties of cobblestone. Blackstone can be produced by haunting cobblestone, and this is just smooth stone on the underside, which is, well, actually it's just stone, but that can be produced by smelting cobblestone, so that's no problem. And then I could mix this up if I had to. I'm willing to bet mixing and matching like this. Well, you know what? Let's just look real quick. If I put these two on here, it's just a little bit of overlap, but they don't fight too much. So maybe I could put some almost decorative stripes, maybe one in line with each of these pillars, and then I'd have that basically broken up across the whole top of the station. Maybe, I don't know. We'll find out. I'm just trying to figure out which one of these I like more, and I really like the idea of actually covering the chains as opposed to this one over here, which would leave it exposed. And that just it feels more right to me in this instance. So we're probably gonna go with this one, which means I have to rip all that out. Hey, so it's me, Affected Hippo, coming at you from 8 hours after the last clip. I I either failed to hit record a couple times or I thought I was recording. Um, there's no real good footage of this. I've basically been I built up a couple of these walls, not the greatest maybe, but I just wanted some kind of idea of what was going on. I have filled in, as far as I can tell at this point, everything. Not everything I'm going to need, but everything I really have at this point. And we have a washer set up, some crushing wheels, two presses just in case one gets backed up, four auto crafters. Now this is definitely overkill, but it's not even connected to power yet, so I don't know for a fact. And I'm not even crafting a whole lot just yet. This is a little casing producer. This is supposed to be sending only, so I'll probably have to mess with that later. But we have precision mechanisms, which is apparently running low on iron at the moment. And then this is a little track producer, and then grinding wheels. This is almost exclusively for grinding or polishing rose quartz, basically. So I can get the electron tubes, and then just any sort of mixer. This kind of becomes more of a the mixer becomes more of a andesite alloy crafting. You should be on send only. Don't know what you're picking up. But yeah, okay, so another thing, we'll break these just for now. I don't think they look very good there. And then that needs to be, you know what, it doesn't matter. I can deal with it later. So the wood for, well, casings, and then the wood used in the crafting of cogwheels come from the farm over there. I've just connected what was the largest producing wood type, which apparently there's something floating around right here. Don't know what that is, but it's jungle. So I'm currently sending stripped jungle logs and planks. I'm also connected to barrels just in case I can get enough of those going. But I've also successfully run out of jungle saplings, and I'm low on spruce saplings. So I may need to make another trip, and more importantly, I just I need to get that functioning properly again. I should probably have some kind of backlog of. Oh, and then this is just high enough that I can barely reach any of this stuff. Does this not have a designated location to go to? No, it seems to know it's going to main storage. Seems a little odd to me, and this is the only guy left. Ooh, let me guess. Because these aren't connected to power yet? Iron nuggets, and okay, so we're trying to make chain drives, which is good. I needed a couple of those. So we could get this guy connected up to power sooner or later. I also may forego this side altogether to have something else later on. I don't know what that something else will be, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks. Maybe 3 horizontally. 4, 5. There'd be 6 there. I'm trying to keep each individual machine 2 blocks apart. Don't know why, but I think it's more so just for my brain to help keep things separated. And I don't need that many repackagers, and if these guys are going to be, you know what, we could probably take this from here. This is why I don't record a lot of the actual crafting. It's because it all turns into, well, I could probably do it like this, maybe a little something like that. But press a button here, press a button there. I have something pretty decent going on. Yeah, I don't imagine that this is super exciting for most people to watch, and it's also, now that I have all this factory work going, especially the frogs, it's a little loud. And I never punched a hole through here. It's right here. No, it's right here. We're doing shafts and sight casings. And then I know these guys also consume power, but it's probably shorter to go from there. As I stated in the last video, hopefully the last video, I don't know. I haven't actually finished editing it yet. That's... Is this... Belts are going backwards. Okay, so... How do we want to do that part? We'll probably, the more I think about it, just put one of these in. And the repackagers just... No? Do the repackagers have to be powered? They probably do. So let's make a lever? And then there's no cobblestone stored in here. It should all be coming from this guy individually. Over here. I don't like that. I hate it when it gets like that. So I throw this here. No? I haven't the slightest clues. Do I need to take this one off here so it only recognizes one? What's going on here? What is going on here? I mean, I suppose with it as short as it is, I really don't need... Nope. Nope. Do these all need to be connected? They might need to be connected. I don't know. You definitely don't need to be there. I have been doing a little bit of work off camera, and I've discovered a 9-hour video on the history of Catholicism. So this is probably going to be more like an update-oriented video where I go through and I just tell you today I built this and that. basically just give you a little update on I'm starting to put roofs on this building and the second floor to the command center, which will house the wall of cardboard and everything else I'm going to do. Um, that's really it. That's my only real plan at this point. I will update you as other things happen. Maybe maybe I'll do something with tracks and trains. Who knows? Hey, look, I know because I did it already. I was kind of hoping to not show that, but now you've seen it. Now you know. And I may be having a small difficulty with this building. Nope, it looks like it's actually building up. I was running out of planks at one point, but it seems we're slowly building up uh, a stock. So that's it. Uh, I'll see you when I have something to report. But until then, you know, I mean, the clip's gonna come in a couple seconds, but I don't know that. I don't know what's gonna happen yet. I've got an idea, but it hasn't happened yet. So we'll see what happens when we get there. So just for a quick update, the jungle wood was already connected to the the smart factory. I have just added the dark oak. Now it's not included in any not included in any crafting recipes. And I've done gravel and sand in bulk. Well, more bulk than I'm ever going to need, hopefully. But I just want to be able to call dark oak from over there to here, and to a similar extent, I'd like to at some point be able to send out blocks from those two, uh, from these factories over to Hilondoris. Yeah, you. I hope this has been audible for you. But I'd like to be able to send blocks from these three buildings over here to Hilondoris so that we can actually uh, so we can take advantage of that with whatever they're called, couriers and mailboxes and whatever else is required throughout the mine colonies mod. I believe they're rather ugly looking blocks if I can figure out where they're at. They would be these two, postbox and stash. I believe I input items into the stash and I receive things in the postbox. So I put items into the stash, and the courier will pick that up and store it in the shack here. So that's really all we have going on right now. I think I've just spent all of the bone meal from this factory area in maxing out, or actually filling up my dark oak storage, and then once we start maxing out, we'll have or once we've maxed out our like jungle and dark oak, for example, we'll start filling in this dark oak, not dark oak, but this uh, what is this? This is an auto. This is just a mechanical crafter that I've set up to always craft barrels because you're always going to need them for vaults, and well, I use a ton of them. And then everything excess logs will be smelted into charcoal and then turned into regular coal, compressed down to blocks. Don't expect to get to that anytime soon, but that is just something I do, and I will need these. But yes, that is pretty much it. Back to work and back to my audiobook. It has once again been several hours since I last recorded a clip, and I think it's worth noting I have made a slight mistake. So, this wall was previously downstairs. I have now moved it up here, and in doing so, I broke it. So, I had to completely redo all these. I also spaced them out a little bit. So, basically, I've done this wall twice today. That wasn't any fun. What have I done? Not much, really. I don't think there's really much left to do here. I mean, aside from, roofs, that entire building, making it look good. This building, by the way, will be filled with like a kelp farm and maybe a small sugarcane. Probably put them together actually. A dirt farm? Ironically, I have been running out of dirt as I've been filling in the swamp for this project over here, which you can see has had some very slight extensions, but nothing extreme. Like to see that they're working. I'm working on putting some houses in over here, a bunch of houses just for the sake of. I don't think I actually have enough guys to work in this place, so that is the it is the current project. But yeah, I'll see you when I see you. I'll be back later. It is 2 in the morning, and I died. I died, so we're gonna go ahead and just print a train because I died. I mean, it's only 500 blocks away, and by the time I actually print this, the train, I could have been there, and I just want an excuse to print a train, so I'm gonna print a train. Well, that's a little closer than I'd like it. This isn't so bad, aside from the front being all wrong. Oh, don't crash. So these are supposed to be short. They're supposed to be short pistons, but yeah. There we go. Back to normal. Mostly. Well, I was just stretching the track out a little bit, trying to figure out. Obviously, I'm going to keep expanding Helandris, but should I be making an effort to start uh, should I be making an effort to start stretching another line and maybe so I have this just windy little thing right here and all this mess. I know the track needs to extend way up north around here. But I also think that the savannah is going to be a good spot. But if I recall, yep, this area over here where I started deforesting the jungle. I really like the jungle leaf, not the jungle leaf, the grass texture. So maybe I'll check out the build style of the jungle. Uh, what is it? The jungle colony? Maybe that'll be an interesting one. And yeah, from there, maybe I'll just build that out. I don't know. I don't plan these things ahead of time, and that's probably a bit of a problem. But jungle sounds like fun. It's different, and maybe a savannah too. Maybe I don't go to this one. Maybe I come down here. It looks like there's a village. Maybe I don't have to start over with villagers. And then for convenient fast travel, should probably have like a runway near the villages, near my colonies, or I mean, I'll already have train connections, so I don't think it'll really make a huge difference. I will, however, be taking all this stuff with me. And yeah, it's time to take the train back. And I'm aware this is technically an electric train, but I don't have the right mod installed for the electric components. And this is just gonna have to work. Just for a little while longer, until I'll expand the tunnel a little bit. I think this guy's pretty alright. This is, of course, based on one of those crocodile locomotives. Uh, the one I saw was green. However, I see no reason why it couldn't be in brown. Partially, maybe it's in brown because that's what the Lego train is. The Lego train, Lego crocodile locomotive is brown. Conveniently, I put it on my wedding registry. I thought it. I was just having, yeah, just doing what I wanted, having some fun with it. All right, YouTube. I'd like to thank you for watching all the way to this point in the video, but I think it's time to call it a night. Call, definitely need to get this, get the recording wrapped up, edited, and uploaded. So, thank you for watching. Like, comment, subscribe if you made it this far into the video. Tell me what you'd like to see next. I haven't figured that out myself either, so if you've got ideas, I'd love to hear them. I'm going to keep going. Uh, thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Peace. A lot's been going on. I've been, well, as you can see in the background, I've been upgrading some buildings and trying to make progress. Small problem we have. I died. All my stuff is over about 800 blocks away, and I I have to go and get it again. Not particularly excited about that. And I think very shortly I'll want to start producing. What are they called? Chunk loaders. Yes, I'm gonna need some chunk loaders in the near future. As now that I'm traveling away from the structure, I was loading it consistently, but now I worry that we're going to get a backup of packages on these chain drives if I don't have some kind of uh, loading system here. Oh, that's right. I can take this guy. Bye, plane. This is why we have multiple planes or trains. I think a small grassland colony in this area would be fun. Let's not hit it. Let's back out a little bit so I can get out of here. Corn. Can never go wrong with corn. And back to work. I want to really quickly just explain my thought process with this. I'll have a train station with a. I think I can just attach a post box to it. I can just put this anywhere. Handy. Well, how far out does this reach? Because I'm also going to want a stash. Put it, I don't know, right here? Sure. And we put that there. Brown post box. I don't know what I'm going to call this place, but maybe I can put a. Yeah, so if I'll probably need a packager on this now that I think about it. But I should be able to take this post box and directly uh, transport items from the factory or wherever else I'm producing it and immediately put it into here, and then it can be taken from the stash and put in the warehouse, which is over the other side of that building. But that is where I want it to be. This it doesn't really matter. I'm gonna leave it. I'll leave it here for now. Shouldn't have messed with it. And then I'll probably just need a packager and I don't know. Probably a funnel just to get
What is
the
it?
items going straight down. I don't know how that guy wants a
Good to see you, mate.
minimum level wood or gold, maximum level stone. I'll just give him my bow. I haven't done
Sure you
anything
will.
with mine yet. And then there's
Good to see you, mate. So what will it be for you?
okay. So we'll get this sorted out eventually, but this is basically where I want the this is basically where I want the platform to be. Yep. I have a west here, east down there, and then a passing, and that should be good. And I haven't figured out how these connect. Do they continue down that way and then cross over? Probably. And then I also, well, the mine's done. So I think I need to start working on some residents over here. But also, I've been expanding the track, and I'd like to keep going because I want to put another colony down here and a colony over here. I got bored one day and I spent a couple, probably 2 hours just flattening area. I'll fix that eventually. But until then, we'll focus a little more, spend a little more time over here. I don't, maybe not focus, but we'll spend some time filling in these areas out here. And all right. Now that we've connected our track, we ran out of ballast, but you know, we're basically connected over to where we want to be. So we're going to extend this guy out by another, I don't know, 32 blocks, probably 32 track, just to have it. And then we will figure out how we want to do this. Let's get some chunk borders up, and let's throw this down. I don't know, right here, right here. Oh, style. We need a. Is there a urban savanna? I will take that. And yeah, this is how we'll start. I guess this is going to be where we. Oh, yeah, this will be where we work from for the well. We can keep that there, but we don't need these. And now we have to Oh, that's neat. We've got to figure out how we're going to go from here. Another build tool. Why not? How large does it make the boundaries around the guy out of this thing? fundamentals, town hall. What's a level 5 town hall look like? Oh, that's right. It probably showed it in the screen, but here we go. We've got this. Just for the sake of argument, let's assume that this will extend a little bit further. Or at the very least, if it does, this won't last forever. I think this is kind of straight on from wherever the yeah. So let's have it line up pretty much with the edge of here. And we will have just, well, I guess it's an even block, so maybe we'll have this centered on some kind like an even pathway, which will annoy me later on, but until then, level 1. That's a shame. I would have loved to have started another colony, but apparently they can't exist simultaneously, which is kind of sad. That being said, I'm still going to place it down. I can't. Well, you can't leave. How much of a ghost colony can you really leave? Either way, however this is going to go down, if it decides that it can't be, yeah, there we go. If the mod pack decides that this can't be changed, we can only have one one colony, which honestly feels like a bit of a disappointment, but there you go. Now I understand this will require me to destroy the other one, so we are not. I'm not going to go ahead and start this one yet, but maybe once that one's done. Well, I don't want to say once that one's done. I like the idea of having multiple colonies. I'm just not sure if I can find a way to allow that. So I think uh, maybe I'll close the game real quick and try and find a mod that'll allow me to do that. I don't know. I just really like that idea. Even if all I do is, I mean, if I have to go into creative and if I have to go into creative and make a uh like make schematics of all these buildings and then print them in so I can just have multiple little cities to actually work with, then so be it. But I really don't like that idea. That just sounds really uninteresting. And admittedly, I probably should have looked into that a little bit before starting this series. And I will also be taking this with me. I'm going to be ignoring the fact that I'm getting hit. I'm getting out of here. I have discovered that you can technically do multiple colonies, but to do multiple colonies, you have to adjust the config file, which I have already done, but you also have to abandon a colony, which says it will make it a ghost colony. I don't think that does anything to it. The wiki says that that shouldn't actually, negatively affect your colony, but I have this feeling that it will. I feel like one colony has to be your main. You can't just have one colony that's nothing like that. There just has to be at least one colony that's like the main. And I think you can still go out and improve and grow your colony, but not not in any substantial way. I'm I'm messing with hyper enchanting, but I don't have enough materials, so I'm hoping I can get a bunch of levels from this stuff. However, I have a feeling I'm not going to be at... Oh, that was still full. Okay. But yes, I have a feeling I won't be collecting ores as quickly as I'd like to. Partially because there's no... there's no coal down here. But, also because I don't have... I disenchanted my picks to try and get levels on some other things. So now I can't actually do things as quickly as I could before. So I'm hoping I can mine here, and I can slowly get these things back up. But as you can see, it's very painful because I don't have anything here really. Oh, but yeah, the game plan is going to be as simple as mining these ores, getting levels, and then getting some basic hyper enchantment going. So basically, just improving my gear very slightly. I've had a few things almost break on me, so I decided I'd just try and fix it, improve it any way I could. I understand it's probably going to take a good little while. I am not worried about that. I am, however, not excited to be working down here. So I'm not going to record this. I'm going to kind of zone out, watch some YouTube or something, and yeah. I will see you when I am done. Hopefully. I have spent the last 2 hours going for netherite. I have 2 netherite, and when I when I came back to try and figure out how I could how bet the best routes, I guess, to get netherite scrap, I found this recipe. I could crush nether bricks down. No clue why this is in here, but if I can crush nether brick to get netherite scrap, then I don't have to go to the nether anymore, and that makes it a lot easier on me. So naturally, nether brick comes from nether, well, nether bricks comes from nether brick, and that's an an output from this as well. So we can get nether brick from smelting netherrack, of course, and then netherrack can actually be gotten by, well, yes, the regular means, but you can mix stone, any stone, it would seem, and nether wart. Or there's easy route, basalt here, and basalt is as simple as blue ice and soul soil. So I think it's about time we develop a little factory for that. I have been hard at work exploiting this craft this crafting recipe so that we can so that so that I can never mine for netherite again. And I get a surplus of basalt as well. But what we get here is basically just I'll show you my thought process here. I worked out that with these backpacks you can take an item, and if you throw it within like 5 blocks, a 5 block, not radius but cube. So 5 blocks, well, it's 5 blocks this way, that way. So it's really an 11 block cube centered on the backpack with the advanced magnet upgrade within it. That will get you an 11 by 11 space. So I worked out that if we go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, not counting these blocks on the edge, we could get 4 per row. And then if you space those out, you could get 4 rows in there. So that's 16. And then each of those is 11 long. So you're looking at like 176 not cobblestone, basalt per generation here. This farm would be much faster in the Nether as well. However, as you will find out, this is no problem at all. I ran this farm for probably half an hour, and uh I got the equivalent of, what is that, 30, so 60 netherite per hour. I don't foresee myself ever needing that, but maybe by running this farm like this, I, I actually have a chance of getting netherite upgrades for my backpack. But let's continue on with the rest of this. So after doing this mess over here, I worked out I could squeeze in, what is this, an extra 3. I had to cut one out here, and then another 3 there, so 6. So really, it's only 5 larger than this one, so it's not much faster. It's going to be slightly more resource intensive, but in the space, we're actually going to be producing more basalt, which will lead to, this puts out 64 basalt at a time. So let's just empty this out. The belt will feed the basalt into here. This is actually probably not going to turn on right away because this is set to turn off once we hit, I think, 200 stacks of basalt, and in a 2x2x3, you're looking at 12 vaults, which should be base create. That should be about 240 stacks. So we're almost filling this vault up while we are hunting the basalt to turn it into netherrack. And then this does work. It spits netherrack down into here. This isn't, I mean, it's pretty perfect because of the ratio we have going here. And then the netherrack gets smelted, turned into the nether brick. There you go, nether brick. And then those get pushed out into these basins, which compress them into apparently basalt. But this will compress everything down into netherite, nether bricks. The nether bricks come up here. They're stored 64 at a time before they can be crushed through these wheels. And then this vault, it allows me to sort the bricks produced by this crushing, and then put the netherite scrap. And there's not supposed to be any that. Okay, so that makes this thing wrong. But there's only supposed to be netherite scrap coming out of this. So aside from this being incorrect now, we should just kick it on, see it in action. If I clear that, will it start over at 0? Nope. The only problem being that it's just going to be a lot of this. I think this produces about 1 ingot a minute, or every 15 seconds or so. On average, every 15 seconds we get 1 netherite scrap. So I'd consider that a pretty good factory. Now this makes this belt look a little busier, which, if that's what you want, then, fantastic. If not, then you could set these funnels as high as you'd like to. I personally think that there's no. I mean, you could extend another packager from this second large vault here, but there's not. It's not really necessary to do so. And the only other way I could see possibly improving this, it'd be less space efficient. But if you wanted to farm netherrack, I suppose it'd be possible to do so here, or you could request that this basalt is sent to a different processor to keep more netherrack in the system, which seems like kind of a weird thing for me to farm. But I mean, clearly I'm doing it here, so do with that information what you will. My ADHD brain found a solution to my, not really a solution, but simplified my uh, silverfish based XP farm. This uses your I guess, kind of a generic create mod uh, mechanic by turning cobblestone into smooth stone, haunting that into infested stone, and then breaking the infested stone. You get silverfish to spawn, and if I was in not peaceful, you could see the silverfish spawning in, and then you could see over here the grindstone added by create enchantment industry. This allows us to, I guess, basically just get an, a bulk of experience orbs. And these experience orbs, well, I guess not orbs, but the experience we get from this farm. I need to back up again. I need to back up so that I can hear myself speak, but I need to get close so that I can actually tell you about it. So, like all experience farms of this nature, there is a little time actually getting set up. What I've arrived at is about 16 seconds to go from brand new farm to producing. I don't know. It produces about a bucket of experience. In the when a farm starts up in 36 seconds, so of 20 seconds, that's 3 buckets a minute roughly. The grindstones are capable of keeping up with that to a certain extent. I would go with more, but the difficult part with that is I didn't think of it at the time. So you could go for more, but then it becomes a little more difficult to actually get the experience out of these item drains. So I guess this would work, but uh, the difficult part is going to be actually maintaining it. And then, as you can see, in just this time explaining it, I'm gonna get up close because it's gonna get loud. 9 buckets. All right, so I've been explaining this bit of the farm for a minute or so, maybe, I don't know, but we got over a full tank in that minute of talking. All right, so I've just spent the last hour and a half trying to figure out why my game has been having an issue. I am having a. Oh, by the way, I'm trying to get bees going so I can get an apiary started at the colony. The problem I'm having is with this guy. Um, are you okay? So I completely deleted the contraption here because I was I was simply struggling with it. It was not working. Actually, it caused my game to crash. So what I should probably do is I'm going to rebuild it, but at the same time, I should definitely start backing up my world. I'd say almost almost weekly, just to stop that from happening again. Because I lost my mind a little bit there. Good news and bad news. Good news. I have the netherite upgrade, the template. The bad news, I did not record any of it. I missed my key, did not record any of that. And I won't be doing this again. So, oh, and I got 2 more ingots from the chest. So, uh, I'm gonna get a little bit of quartz while I'm here. But really, I should probably start heading home. Alright, so it's time to call it a day here. I did not actually record this clip for the previous video, it was for this video, but that video was running long, so in post, I just use this clip and cut it down. So you're getting a voiceover for this part of the video right now. Thank you for watching. Uh, I've been Affected Hippo. You've been you. If you've made it to this point in the video, you must have liked something about it, surely. So leave a like. Tell me what you liked. I mean, if you made it this far and you had something you didn't like, tell me about it in the comments. I mean, I try to interact with the comments whenever they happen. Tell me what you'd like to see more of. Tell me what you'd like to see less of. But please do comment, like, subscribe. I've been Affected Hippo. You've been you. Uh, Christ is King, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, bye bye. Welcome back, YouTube. It's me, Affected Hippo, and I'm at a point in this series where I've realized it's time I had a dirt factory. You may be able to see the tower behind me, this right here. We have a fairly simple little thing. Deployers will place coarse dirt, plows will plow the coarse dirt into regular dirt, the drills will break the dirt, and then everything's spinning on this mechanical bearing. Pretty simple, not too big. There's room to expand it. I think there's about 80, I think, 80 blocks per rotation, and then we're going to be putting the farm on the opposite side. I'm recording this after. I don't know what I actually said. I didn't realize my mic was muted. Once again, we have another clip where I forgot to record audio. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to have coarse dirt in this andesite, coarse dirt going in through the andesite funnel. We'll have dirt coming out of the brass funnels. There should only be one thing going in, so you don't have to worry about a filter. That's why we're using an andesite funnel. The dirt on this side is going to be at, I think, 16 for now. And the goal is to just have a constant output from the farm so that it backs up and uh, we have coarse dirt actually continuously supplied for the farm, because if that runs out, then there's really nothing we can do at that point. Now, what I'm planning on doing at this point is building a mechanical crafter. And for coarse dirt, we really need a 2x2. I'm doing a 3x3, and then the plan is to block out. You can go. I'm connecting the edges here, and the goal will be to have dirt going in through these two funnels. I don't know why they're brass. I think it's because I was planning on using a mechanical arm. I did not end up going with that, and having uh, nope, having whatever it's called, gravel, having gravel go in through the uh, other side. So here we have the belts that are going to feed this instead. This is where the farm actually gets easier for me as I'm building it. I've worked out that if I put a brass tunnel at the end here, I can just split the dirt. And then so long as 32 dirt comes through, I could have a As long as 32 dirt comes through, the farm will continuously feed itself, so I don't have to actually maintain uh, or keep resupplying the farm itself. Now, I want to show you this big open space right here. This is what I think should be train station for Heliodorus. I'll still have a station here, and the station block may change, but the train will still end near the front of the structure. This end should be right about, yeah, probably right around here. So that's probably where it'll stay. And I've already designed it in creative. This is it. Now, it will not stay like this. When you use schematics to build with whatever these are, what are they? What do they call that's domum, domum ornamentum. Yeah, it doesn't like these very well. These are red bricks and a variety of, it would be dark oak and dark oak planks that fills in these spaces. So this I'm going to skip, and then I'm going to basically fill in as I can. Some of the blocks will be easy enough to fill in, but a lot of this is going to have to be placed by hand. And something I'd like to note is the height of this. We're up at y. Oh, wrong button. All right, let's try that again. We're up at y85, whereas if I get out, say this guy, I'll just place down some random, I don't know. All right, so where's it want to place this? I throw this down, put it back in my hand. Yep, all right, there you go. So the tallest building in the area with the same sort of plan would be 77 roughly. So we're going to be we're going we're going to be a little bit taller, a lot taller actually. Well, I hope you like my neighbor's motorcycle as much as he does. But yeah, this is going to go here. It'll be a little bit taller than these buildings, and frankly, it'll stand out a little bit, but that's fine. I'll have these two towers down here to kind of match it. They'll be fairly tall as well. I don't know how to actually see how tall these buildings can get. This guy's probably missing a sword. That's probably what this is for. Oh, he wants a bow. Have a bow.
Need something?
Do you need something? He's got a bow at least. Now we just need to get you a sword, I think. If I place down. There we go. So we come up here. I mean, these are flag posts, so I don't think they should really count. But if I look F3, yeah, I'm a little bit taller than those, but down this height, for example, it's 77, so a little bit taller than those, shorter than this building. It'll all kind of work itself out, I'm sure. But I need to start gathering blocks for that. I was mining, just picking up some random ores, hopefully diamonds mostly. Uh, yeah, I I should probably just take this with me. Is there anything in here worth? Nah, I don't need all that. And now, I think the smart thing to do would be to go in here. See what all this is about. What are you? Vault? Oh, neat.
Sweet, I got breeze rods. Whatever you are. Weakness. Swell. You know what? If I ever... Is there anything down here? Oh, more. That doesn't feel fair. What's the point of these lower sections? Is this loud for everyone else? I'm probably gonna start keeping these. Am I allowed? Can I break these things? I know they've been out for a little while. I've never actually tried any of this. How do I get? I know there's keys. How do I get keys? I don't need buttons. Oh, oh, they come from the top of. Okay. So that time I got bread. Great. Just what I dreamed of. Have I think it's only one breeze rod per um one breeze rod per mace. I could deal with more of those later. Nothing else is gonna come out of here. There's so many vaults. Arrows, diamond, emerald. I just want the heavy core. You can be seen through these. Also, the grate's a nice block. I think I'd like to use this. How do I make the grate? Oh, I hate it now. That's awful. That's terrible. I don't care how how cheap they are. I'm going to steal all of them as soon as I finish with the rest of this chamber. What are you? Oh, face. Oh, and then what? A geode in here? Yep. Once again, great. Tons of bamboo signs, just what I needed. You can stay. You die. You die. Oh, they get a little more damage than I'd like to. I guess I'm not wearing a chest plate. This does have protection on it, so maybe less flight, more protection. There's a key. Oh, one of you guys. I'll let them shoot each other for a little while. How to get more trial keys? I didn't want that. I wanted to break break it. Potato. Really? Nothing else in this room? I don't mean to come across as, unappreciative, but I was really hoping all these would go away. Anything else going on down here? No, no. This looks like it should have been a door. I might come through and mine all these, just because. Also, unrelated. I found a. Is this the same area? It's the same area. I found that I can oxidize and I can even wax copper using one of my create mod add-ons. Honey, arrows, emerald, boo. Lame. I know there's a cooldown for these as well. I don't know how long it is. Let's put more in here. Nope. I can use these though. Nothing again. Multiple bows. I guess I haven't enchanted a bow yet. Powdered snow. Powdered snow. Can we use it for it? Nah, well, we can make freezing catalyst, but what can we use a freezing catalyst for? Apparently, there's no... Maybe there's no recipes? Did they fall down? Of course they did. Oh. Oh boy, chicken. We love chicken. Who doesn't like chicken? Nothing from this one yet? You still have... You do. What's going on? Constructing building... Okay, so I did... I placed some buildings too low, so I was knocking them down, or I was supposed to knock them down. There we go. No, no, where's my... No reward? No reward. It'd be really nice if I could get just more. Is there anything down here? Doesn't look like it. I mean, maybe a good source of powdered snow. We'll just unload when we get back. When I get back home. Maybe. Maybe it'll start spawning again. Nope. These guys won't. Maybe I can get someone from the upstairs area. Also, how do I get ladders? Hello? Is there nothing here? There is nothing. Okay, well, we'll go back upstairs, and if there's nothing to spawn there, then this will be the end of the clip. Ladies and germs, I think it is time we upgrade everything to netherite. And boy, does it feel good. I got 2 left over. Put the boots on. Diving boots. Diving boots don't go on just yet. I'll turn that up. I'll leave them on for now, I guess. Oh, and finally start getting rid of some corn. The important thing is, finally all decked out in netherite. And when we put this on, we got the whole suit. So we can start swimming on the bottom of the the lava lakes. But we won't be doing that because there's no reason to go to the nether anymore, hopefully. So maybe I will build a maybe I'll make a jetpack at some point, but that's not important right now. What I do want to do is get an aging and a waxing station in right around here, since that's really the only space left. And then maybe across the way here, I finally put in that sugarcane and nether, not nether, put in the sugarcane and sea kelp. That's it, kelp farm. I'll do those two right here. Next, yeah, next. I think that's a good move. So I'm gonna get on that. I saw you could make cardboard. Well, you could put cardboard armor on your guards. I didn't want to give them cardboard swords, but I feel like this is nice. Unfortunately, I don't think they ship, so we probably can't see them turn into the box. After some people may die, but after some uh hyper enchanting and a little bit of time invested, I can pretty much two-shot, maybe three, these guys, depending on how I decide to hit them. Alright, three. I guess we should probably count the bow. Where are you? Yeah, we got a lot of people dying right now. They don't even get up and run? Oh. They feel so inclined to break their way out as well? Cool. Could you label them for me? And yes, I think it's time to get more guard towers. And as many more uh, citizens as I can get. As many more colonists. feel like it would be this way. I haven't checked over here recently. I'll help the guy out. But I do need to figure out where I haven't put this yeah, I don't know if it's a huge success. We had a ton of people die there. According to my statistics here, I have, I believe it was about 30, 30 unfilled roles in the. I mean, many of these aren't finished yet, but basically, what I'm getting at here is I'm going to need more. I'm going to need. I'm going to need more houses, so I'm going to need to start upgrading my. Can you keep it down? I need to start upgrading my residences within my area so that we can have more colonists. At this point, we are. Well, we're not quite operating at our full efficiency. So they're probably going to build this, or maybe that one over there. Nope, they're already working on it. I also want to put. I want to fill that mine in, or this one's a mine. I want to build that so it can extend a little bit further. Now, naturally, I must go and place down some other supply camps for possible future expansions. I still really like this train. Alright, let's get that one in. And now that this is here, and we officially have some form of colony on our map, let's leave this place. And I can't reach. Too short for my train. And maybe I'd want to put a colony down up here somewhere. I think connecting these two and having an actual maybe canal running through the center, and I could just have everything else elevated at wherever I want it, really. We'll throw one down right here. More importantly, we'll get it out of my inventory. We'll just right here, probably. I'll go for the maybe we'll get a more I say generic, but it's not generic. And I don't believe I've ever actually built the generic the actual mine colonies. Alright, there we go. We've got town halls, we've got these guys. Nothing is, of course, stored in there. There's multiple fireplaces here. Well, everybody, it seems to be about that time of the episode again where I thank you for hanging out, watching the video to this point. Uh, if you made it this far and you liked the video, leave a like, subscribe, tell me what you liked. If you made it this far and you didn't like it, first of all, why? But second of all, t- tell me what you didn't like. You could leave a dislike. I mean, I can't stop you. And then, look forward to seeing possibly the. I don't know if I'm going to do days 1 to 500 or a like a 10 video stretch, 10 video compilation yet. I will figure that out. It depends entirely on how I feel. But we are, after all, on day, what is that? 429. So that's about another. It's another 70 days or another 23 hours based on the way I play. So I mean, I might be able to knock that out in another day or two, but I I think I've been wanting to do the compilation video, so we'll see. That will be coming though. When, I don't know. Still kind of figuring this YouTube thing out. Until then, I've been Affected Hippo. You've been you. And if you like the video, like, comment, subscribe. Helps me out a ton. Share the video as you see fit. Tell people about me, what I do here. Be real nice. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. I I don't know how to control it. I can't stand how these look. These aren't right. And really, I don't know why they all manifest like this. This is clearly wrong. I don't know how this happens. I mean, each wow, we're wrong. No, they're not even right in the places where they're right. Like they get the right texture in some of these, but others completely miss the mark. Does this work? There's no. I also don't have a tool that will. Okay, I guess these get broken with. These get broken with axes. Okay. Well, I guess the appropriate thing to do at this point would be to fill this area in by hand. I mean, I can maybe have the schem. This is about to get laggy. I can have the schematic fill in items such as the ceilings and maybe even the dark oak, but and I guess the girders as well. But I have to remove pretty much everything else. So maybe maybe that's the next step since I can't trust it basically. However, maybe maybe the game will be able to sort out what all can be done. I will not be doing everything by hand. I mean, I have to do all these domum ornamentum blocks, but I think that kind of just comes back to the way it was coded. So we're just gonna go ahead and throw all these in here. I have it set to skip missing, and yeah, I'm also realizing I'm out of gunpowder. Welcome back, YouTube. I'm trying to get this recorded real quick. I only have a short time before I leave on a trip, and the very slight problem I have is I got ready to make the video for 10 days, and I realized I only had 9 days. I messed up my count somewhere, and I've just been taking care of little tasks, trying to get a head start, and I realized I'm not even anywhere near where I should be. So I think it's time that I show you some of what I've been doing here. So over the last 2 hours, I've just been flattening out this area because I was hoping to establish another colony pretty close to the spawn. World spawn is right over there, so I figure having a colony right here would be uh, at least pretty interesting. And I'd kind of like to get a town hall down, but I've never done this before, so let's go ahead and I know it's well, a second. I've never done a second colony. That's my first colony over there. Let's go ahead and do. It claims like 5 chunks around the start. So 2, 3, 4, 5, and then this will be the sixth one. So let's go ahead and put a town hall level 5. Rotate. Okay, so this is the front. Let's go ahead and just push it right back to I don't know there. This is the center right here. So maybe we keep yeah, it's roughly centered. I mean the rest of the building won't be, but I can also say you know what? I'd like let's if we keep the town hall the block in the center. Yeah, yeah. This works. This work. These redstone? Okay, just a little bit of redstone. Nothing too unreasonable. And eventually we'll have a nice basement in this room. Until then, there we go. Let's see here. What do we have going on? I will not destroy old colony. I don't want to pick it up. And I've seen an officer, right? So let's go ahead. I'm going to back out. I'll create a backup. And then I will see how this goes. Alright, I have a backup over here on my other monitor. File made seconds ago. So we're going to go ahead and abandon old colony. Action cannot be undone, and you may not be able to alter certain settings in old colony anymore. That's good, because I didn't really know what I was doing there anyway. Okay, so I have just checked, and page 567 in my mom's old Catholic Bible is Psalm 37. Now, I will not make this the name of the colony. However, considering what it's about, it seems like it would be decent opposition to hell. So what I'd like to do, colony flag, don't know, base, white, make it pretty generic, I suppose. Straightforward, red cross, done. Which I'm pretty sure it's Britain, but I don't really care. Which also means that everything else I have in my inventory for the other colony isn't going to really be of any benefit. However, I can F4. Does the colony end? It does end right here. This is exactly where I wanted it to end. And then we've got this, goes right up to here. What I'd like to do is take the infrastructure streets and the stair. Okay, so these are the smaller ones, but they're still not what I want. I want the straight. And then these have the option to go down for some reason. Probably for access to this. Anyway, understand it's a little dark, but I'm just trying to get a bit of an understanding, if you will, of this colony. I do like this sort of I don't know, foundation layer. I'm going to build one of those just as I don't know, a placeholder, I guess. And then I know that all of these streets will be 3 blocks wide, which I understand is narrower than the last one. However, I am planning on walling everything, so it would make sense to me that I need a builder's hut. In fact, I may go for 2. This is builder level 5. Drop it down 1. Um, that's something for sure. And right across from the town hall. I think so. What's the I think there was an alt builder. What's an alt builder level? Ooh. Oh, it's tall. Are we just going for height here? Let's do a regular builder level. It's not going to remain level 5, I know. But if it's... So we know that can go here. And it's a decent sized building, so we get away with one of them. Is there? There's entrances over here as well. So what's on this side? Just... Okay. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to mirror. And it did not necessarily go the way I wanted it to. In fact, it went nowhere near the way I wanted it to. However, this is better. Looks messy, and that looks like a diamond. It could be a diamond block inside of a frame, so that's gonna be a challenging one. However, right here, I need a builder's hut, which I can do a lot of this off screen. I think I won't, but I could. What I'd like to get this going, and I'd like to think I can do it faster than the last one. It's not likely, but I mean, I'll certainly try. And an important thing I can do with as long as my math skills remain. Got two doors. One of these. This guy. All right. Oh, I'll still need this. You can place him down. And then just for fun, so we'll probably end up putting farms on the outskirts, and then bringing vegetables and everything else into the colony. But while I have it's the same thing. Okay, alt builder level 5. We will rotate. I feel like I don't want these sandwiched against each other. Considering this is the edge of the area, and bring it over to the edge here. This is something. Wait a second. Oh, just lights in the floor. But we won't be there for a long time. And then we will make sure to take this right up to where I hope the street will go. I admit a lot of the beginning of a colony is planning. And I'm really just trying to get these guys set up. I would like them to be self-sufficient, but if I can provide something to a colony to make it grow faster, I would certainly like to do that. I got these two. I think what I'll do here, I'll figure out where to put a tavern. Well, you know what? If I put a... That's for over here. I'm not really worried about these guys. I know their happiness level is going to be lower at the beginning. However, I think that's all of them now. All of them are dead. Anything in here worthwhile? Not really. I'm probably going to keep it because I'm a hoarder, but... Yes, okay. So let's go with walls, gate 1, level 1. Where are we at? Oh, these are... Oh, they're not small. They're in the ground. Okay. Now, which side of the wall is... Okay. This is definitely an outside of the wall. Yeah. And then I guess I'll just fill in gaps as needed. Medium, short. Is it... Okay, so long. Oh, is it just... Is it the same thing, just more? It looks like it's the same thing, just more. Okay, so I never actually needed to do medium then. Can I cancel that? Take these off. How do I turn... I can't cancel this one, can I? You know what? That's fine. I am, however, willing to bet that long and... I'm willing to bet that long and the... 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so what I've worked out from this, specifically, is that... These are 10 long. These are 18 blocks long. So I'm still going to go ahead and build that. I have no idea what it's going to be like on this side. However, except for the fact that it's now going to be one block off somewhere, and that's going to drive me nuts. So if I could, I would cancel the build of these two and mirror them, but because I haven't quite figured that out, I'm not going to worry about it just yet. We're going to put up another wall. There's a part of me that wouldn't mind being told I was wrong every now and then. Ideally by the comments, because, you know, interaction's good for videos now. Yes. We will want a... I think it would be appropriate to have a... Do I have a rest... Can I build a restaurant? I should have... I know I've probably eaten them. Okay. Well, you know what? I'll just pick them up from over here. Get some apples real quick. Hopefully, one of these guys will drop apples. There we go. So, one restaurant. And then something else. Maybe a forester's hut? Is that a thing? I feel like that's what it's called. I think I will place a forester's hut in this corner, and then maybe another one. Honestly, probably just another one next to it. In fact, I may even mirror it. I haven't decided yet. Forester's hut level 1. And then you know what? What's the hortic farm? What's a farm look like? Oh, that's nice. That is pretty nice. Until then, level 1. And let's go ahead and... Nope, mirror. Here's the front walkway. Okay. And once again, we'll be going pretty close. Nope, I need that still. We'll be going pretty close to the building, but not quite on top of it. So once we turn level 5, let's do more... Okay, so I can't build that yet. Can't build that one yet either. So I have to get these guys supplied, which stinks. I mean, they're gonna make me do my job. What's the world coming to? Should probably... Well, I should probably defend these guys for a little bit. And if nothing else... Let's get some... Let's get some torches made. A little torch spam around the boys and girls. Gotta keep everyone included. I may have already made a mistake by making these streets only 3 wide. So if I consider it, I haven't really left any room for things like, well, streetlights. How will the streets remain lit at night? I do still think I'm going to put the restaurant near the front right here. Or, well, I say near the front. This is what I mean by the front. It's the front of the town hall. Maybe it's not the most convenient or realistic. Actually, it's very convenient, but is it the most realistic? I don't know. Oh, you're You're mean. I know this is the front of the buildings. None of them really go directly up to the. I guess they kind of get close, but they don't really go up to the front. So even if, you know what? No. We will have a street right here. Why am I taking away the ground? I haven't quite figured that out yet. Because I also remember that the beginning of this, it's pretty much all just paved. At least that's how I'm going to do it. I'm also seeing that I can't actually go that far back. See here, how much space is there here? Not much. What I will be doing, however, is taking the. I think it's decorative. Nope, it is infrastructure. Canal. Deep. Solid straight. Where's that? Okay, that's over here. However, instead of solid straight, I think it was stone straight. Go one more, two more over. So this way we have at least a 1 block wide strip on either side. And we can drop it right on down to, this is sea level, which puts this piece right up in line with you. And then if I want, I can put a bridge somewhere. In fact, let's forego this first so that we can put in canal deep stone bridge. And 2, that's going to annoy me. This is 2 when everything else is everything else is 4. No, this is 3, so maybe it doesn't matter since it insists on being wrong. Like, why must this be even? So we'll put it intentionally just a little off, I guess. And then regular infrastructure canal deep stone straight. Rotate, drop, 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 drop. And then the thing to consider, I have no idea where this will begin, but now over here, we will have, one of these might be at the wrong height. In fact, they're both at the wrong height. This is a problem. There should be is there not a interaction, a block I can interact with to adjust this? Something I would click on if I was going to repair the item, the thing? No? Maybe I will move everything up 1 block artificially at a later date. But until then, infrastructure canal deep. And then this way, do I want, is there there's stone deep corner bridge lock? I don't really want a lock. I don't want a corner because it's exactly what it sounds like. It's a corner. I was hoping there'd be like a diagonal, but it seems like I will be going for I'll be going for more of a L-shaped. Uh, I guess it'd be more of a big U cutting this area off. I don't know that I will be terraforming this section down here, and this may be much bigger than it needs to be considering how big this guy's been thus far, but I don't know. It sounds like it's going to be a fun challenge, fun task. Now, oh, I've been recording for an hour. I gotta cut a lot of that out. That a lot of what I recorded is going to be claimed. What would it be? It wouldn't be. It might be copyright. I don't know. I did use someone else's. I was listening to documentaries. But the important thing is I have built more trains, more carriages back there, and these are backwards. Why are all these backwards? Why would they be backwards? Where is the front bogey? Roughly there, maybe? I don't know. This looks awful, though. Let's see if we can't disassemble and figure out why you are the way you are. Oh, not that one. I don't know why they'd be this way. I can't do the middle section. Why couldn't I? Let's see here. How about you? That should be enough. I've got a little bit of coal, a little bit of I'm good to go. Is it the same way now? Okay, let's leave this here. Still no whistle. But now I have some carriages, and naturally, oh, this still looks hideous on the corners. But the thing I would like to note is that the carriages are all really boring, kind of brown, swampy colors. It feels kind of appropriate for my well, swamp factory area, which is coming together. It's got I actually have some roofs on some buildings. I still haven't built anything over here. I had to have flattened it for a reason. And then here's this large area, which is unloaded when we're in the other area, the other city. Oh, and I completely missed this, but at the same time, there's nowhere to actually unload. And there's also nothing to unload. Need to get some guards in here. I also need to stop hitting my colonists. I do like how their bodies provide light. Even the baby does. That's nice. Even in death, they have purpose. Maybe there's a courier's hut in this style. If not, I'll just have to steal it from. I'm doing colonial, so maybe I'll go for. Is it called? I feel like it's called colonial. Either way, if there's not one in here, I'll just have to make one in, I don't know, industrial or your classic mine colony style. I don't know. I do not know. All right, everybody. I'm kind of running out of time here so far with this new colony. We've established there will be a canal running probably a little zigzaggy through, well, maybe even all the way over to the edge of the rail line and then north, and then it'll connect to here. And that'll likely be where it's allowed to end. We have begun laying out the colony and where I would like basically everything to be. And I've built these for sending items to the main factory and receiving them. Unfortunately, this seems to be a problem. What, Cashew? Do you want to talk to everybody? I didn't think so. What? You talking to us? Just, just talking for the sake of talking. I guess he's not really interested in talking to everybody. He just left. All right, well, I guess since Cashew does want to say anything, I will. Thank you for watching. Hang on. Where is it at? Thank you for watching. I've been Affected Hippo. You've been you. And I'm out of time. I gotta say bye. You take care. If you liked the video, like it. If you didn't like it, dislike the video. I realized I hadn't recorded this part yet while I was editing, and I also did a little look into my files. Apparently, I've recorded 10 episodes already, but I failed to upload one somewhere along the way. It got lost, it got taken. Whatever happened, it's gone, and I can't find it. So I'm just I'm gonna make this one to fill in the spot, and we're gonna call it a day there. So once again, if you liked the video, leave a like, comment, subscribe. Tell me what you liked in the comments. I will see you again in the next video. Okay, bye.